Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the western corner of the Shire, beyond the rolling hills of Hobbiton and past the lazy bends of the Brandywine River, lay the sleepy hamlet of Willowbottom. It was a place seldom mentioned in the tales of Middle-earth, for nothing of great importance ever seemed to happen there. The hobbits of Willowbottom were simple folk who treasured good meals, comfortable homes, and peaceful days tending their gardens. They had little interest in adventures or the troubles of the wider world. Among these contented residents lived Primrose Burrows, a hobbit maiden with a crown of chestnut curls and eyes the colour of spring leaves. Unlike most of her neighbours, Primrose possessed a curious heart that longed for something beyond the familiar comforts of Willowbottom. She would often wander the meadows at dusk, gazing at the distant mountains and wondering what mysteries lay beyond them. Primrose's greatest joy was her garden, a small but extraordinary patch behind her modest hobbit hole. While other gardens in Willowbottom boasted prize-winning pumpkins or perfectly arranged flower beds, Primrose's garden was a wonderful chaos of exotic plants, unusual herbs, and flowers that seemed to glow in the moonlight. Her neighbours regarded her garden with a mixture of admiration and suspicion, for some of her plants were unknown even to the oldest and wisest gardeners in the Shire. Strange business. Growing things that don't belong, old Boffin would say, puffing on his pipe as he passed by Primrose's gate. Hobbit gardens are for hobbit plants, nothing more and nothing less. But Primrose paid little mind to such talk. The seeds and cuttings for her unusual garden had come from her grandfather, Bilbo Burrows, who had once travelled far beyond the borders of the Shire. Before his mysterious disappearance some 15 years past, he had gifted Primrose with a small wooden box filled with seeds wrapped in silk and labelled with names in a flowing script she couldn't read. "These are precious beyond measure, my dear Primrose," he had told her, his eyes twinkling with secret knowledge. "Plant them with care, water them with patience, and they will reveal wonders when the time is right." Primrose had followed his instructions faithfully, tending her garden through changing seasons and passing years. The plants had flourished under her gentle care, filling her garden with strange blossoms and sweet fragrances that seemed to carry whispers of distant lands. Yet despite their beauty, they had never revealed any special properties or secrets, leaving Primrose to wonder if her grandfather's words had been merely the fanciful notions of an aging hobbit. On the evening of her 33rd birthday, as the last light of day painted the western sky in hues of gold and crimson, Primrose sat on the stone bench in her garden, contemplating the journey into full hobbit adulthood that her birthday marked. The air was sweet with the scent of night-blooming jasmine, and fireflies danced among her plants like tiny wandering stars. "I wish you were here, grandfather," she whispered, running her fingers along the smooth wood of the now empty seed box she kept always by her side. "I've cared for your gifts, as you asked, but they've shown me no wonders, revealed no secrets." As if in response to her words, a sudden breeze stirred the garden, setting the bell-shaped flowers of a silver-leafed plant trembling. One by one, they began to glow with a soft blue light, like miniature lanterns illuminating the gathering dusk. Primrose gasped, watching in amazement as the glow spread from plant to plant throughout her garden until the entire space was bathed in ethereal light. In the centre of the garden, a patch of moss-covered ground began to shift and change. The moss curled back like a carpet being rolled away, revealing a small door set into the earth. It was made of what appeared to be a single piece of polished wood, inlaid with intricate patterns of silver that caught the blue glow of the flowers and shimmered with an inner light of their own. Primrose approached the door cautiously, her heart racing with a mixture of fear and excitement. There was no handle or keyhole visible on its smooth surface, only a circular indentation in the center, roughly the size of her palm. "The time is right," she murmured, remembering her grandfather's words from long ago. With trembling fingers, she placed the empty seed box against the indentation. It fit perfectly, as if made for that very purpose. A soft click echoed in the quiet garden, and the door swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into darkness.
Warm air wafted up from below, carrying scents of rich earth, growing things, and something ancient and mysterious that called to the top blood that ran in Primrose's veins.
For a moment, she hesitated on the threshold, the cautious Baggins side of her nature, warning against such foolishness. Proper hobbits didn't go wandering down mysterious staircases that appeared in their gardens. They called for the sheriffs, or at the very least consulted with the mayor before doing anything so rash. But the light of the flowers seemed to grow brighter, illuminating the first few steps of the staircase, beckoning her forward. From somewhere deep below came the faint sound of water flowing over stones, and with it, a sense of peace and rightness that quieted her fears. "Well, grandfather," Primrose said aloud, gathering her courage, "it seems your seeds have finally revealed their wonder." Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the doorway and began to descend the stairs, leaving the familiar world of Willow Bottom behind as she ventured into the unknown realm that had been hidden beneath her garden all along. The staircase spiraled downward, each step carved from a single piece of gleaming stone that seemed to capture the blue glow from above and hold it within. As Primrose descended, the walls around her changed from packed earth to smooth stone, adorned with delicate carvings of leaves and flowers that looked so real she almost expected them to sway in the gentle current of air that flowed upward from below. The sound of flowing water grew louder, accompanied now by the soft music of distant chimes. Primrose lost count of how many steps she had taken, but just as her legs began to tire, the staircase ended, opening onto a sight that took her breath away. Before her stretched an enormous underground chamber, so vast that its distant walls were lost in shadow. The ceiling arched high overhead, crafted from the same gleaming stone as the stairs, but inlaid with countless glittering crystals that shimmered like stars. From these stone stars fell tiny droplets of water, each one catching the light as it descended to nourish the wonder that grew below. For the chamber was filled with a garden unlike any Primrose had ever seen or imagined. Trees with silver bark and leaves of palest gold stretched their branches toward the crystal ceiling. Flowers in colours she had no names for bloomed in magnificent profusion, their perfumes mingling in the air to create a scent that brought tears to her eyes with its beauty. Narrow paths of white stone wound between beds of strange and wonderful plants, some of which seemed to shimmer and change even as she watched. Through the centre of this marvel ran a stream of crystal-clear water that sparkled within a light. It flowed in graceful curves, widening in places to form small pools where water lilies floated, their petals closed in sleep. Tiny fish with scales like opals darted beneath the surface, leaving trails of phosphorescence in their wake. For a long moment, Primrose stood transfixed, unable to believe what her eyes beheld. This was no natural cavern, no accident of nature. Every detail spoke of careful design and ancient craft beyond the skill of hobbits. This was elven work, or perhaps something older still, a place of magic preserved from an age-long past. "Grandfather," she whispered, "what did you find?" As if in answer to her question, she noticed a small bridge of carved wood spanning the stream near where she stood. On the other side, partially hidden by the drooping branches of a willow-like tree with leaves of silver blue, stood a small pavilion, its slender pillars twined with vines bearing tiny star-shaped flowers, and its roof seemed to be formed from a single piece of some material that shimmered like mother of pearl. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Primrose crossed the bridge, her bare feet silent on the smooth wood. As she approached the pavilion, she saw that it contained a single piece of furniture, a bench carved from white stone, upon which sat an ancient leather-bound book and a small silver bell. Next to these objects was a letter sealed with green wax, bearing her name in a familiar hand. With trembling fingers, Primrose broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. "My dearest Primrose," the letter began, "if you are reading this, then the garden has revealed itself to you, just as it did to me many years ago. I had hoped to share this wonder with you in person, but fate, it seems, had other plans. This place is called Ithildinloth, in the elven tongue the Garden of Moonlit Flowers. It was created in the Elder Days by a great elven gardener who sought to preserve the most rare and beautiful plants of Middle-earth, against the ravages of darkness and time. Through arts now forgotten, he bound the garden to the cycles of the moon and stars, hiding it beneath the earth where it might endure untouched by the passing ages. How it came to be beneath the soil of the Shire, I cannot say with certainty. The elves speak little of it, and seem surprised that a hobbit should find it. Perhaps it was always meant to be here, waiting for someone with the heart to appreciate its beauty. The seeds I gave you are children of this garden, carefully collected and preserved. By planting them above, you have renewed the ancient bond between your world and this one, becoming its caretaker, as I was before you. The book contains all I have learnt about this place and its remarkable flora. The bell, when rung, will summon the garden's guardian, who can tell you more than I ever could. Use both wisely, my dear granddaughter, and remember that with great wonder comes great responsibility. With all my love, your grandfather, Bilbo Burrows. Primrose read the letter twice more, hardly able to believe its contents. Her grandfather had not disappeared after Aller, at least, not in the way everyone had assumed. He had found this magical place and become its caretaker, a role he had now passed to her. With reverent hands, she opened the ancient book. Its pages were filled with detailed drawings of plants, both familiar from her garden above and strange new ones that must grow only here below. Beside each illustration were notes in her grandfather's precise hand, describing properties, growing conditions, and in some cases, remarkable powers. As she turned the pages, Primrose began to understand the true value of what she had inherited. These were not merely beautiful or unusual plants. Some had healing properties beyond the skills of the finest healers in the Shire. Others could bring peaceful sleep or joyful dreams, strengthen the heart or clear the mind. One could even, according to her grandfather's notes, show glimpses of distant places or times when its nectar was properly prepared. The knowledge was overwhelming. Primrose closed the book and sat in silence, listening to the gentle music of the garden flow of the stream, the distant chimes, the occasional musical note of a droplet falling from the crystal ceiling to the pools below. Primrose sat in the pavilion for a long while, watching the play of light on the surface of the stream and contemplating the silver bell that rested beside her grandfather's book. Should she ring it? Who or what might answer its call? The letter had mentioned a guardian, but offered no clue as to their nature. Would they welcome her as her grandfather's heir, or view her as an intruder in this sacred place? As she deliberated, a gentle change came over the garden. The crystal stars in the ceiling began to pulse with a softer glow, and the flowers that had been in full bloom slowly closed their petals, while others that had been tightly furled began to open, revealing luminous centers that shed a pearly light over the paths. Primrose realized with wonder that the garden was responding to the passage of time above. Night had fallen in the world outside, and the garden was changing accordingly. How beautiful, she breathed, watching as the transformation spread across the chamber. Even the fish in the stream seemed affected, their opalescent scales now glimmering with a blue-white radiance that left trails of light as they swam. The change decided her, and if she was to be the caretaker of this marvel, she must meet its guardian and learn all she could. With a deep breath, Primrose picked up the silver bell and rang it once. Its tone was pure and sweet, lingering in the air long after the initial sound had faded, as if the very atmosphere of the garden held and cherished the note. For several moments, nothing seemed to happen. Then, Primrose noticed a disturbance in the air across the stream, a shimmer like heat rising from sun-warmed stone. The shimmer took shape gradually, becoming more solid and defined until before her stood a figure unlike any she had ever seen. Before the being appeared, masculine stood taller than a hobbit, but shorter than the men she had occasionally glimpsed passing through the Shire. His form was slender and graceful, clad in robes the colour of new leaves that seemed to shift and change with every movement. His face was ageless, neither young nor old, with eyes the deep green of forest shadows that held both wisdom and gentle amusement. Most remarkable of all was his hair, which seemed composed of living vines and small flowers that moved and grew even as she watched. "Welcome, Primrose Burrows," the figure said, his voice as musical as the chimes that echoed through the garden. "I am Celeborn, keeper of Ithildinloth. I have waited long for you to find your way here." Primrose stood and gave a small curtsy, as she had been taught was proper when meeting important folk. "You know my name," she said, surprised. Celeborn smiled, the expression warming his otherworldly features. Of course, just as I knew your grandfather Bilbo. The garden knows all who are connected to it, from the moment the first seed takes root above. My grandfather, is he? Primrose couldn't finish the question, afraid of the answer yet needing to know. He passed beyond my knowledge some years ago, Celeborn said gently, but not, I think, in the way your people believe. He journeyed far from here, seeking other gardens, other wonders. It was his nature to wander, to discover. Primrose felt a mixture of sadness and relief at these words. But he left me the care of this place. I don't know if I'm worthy of such a trust. I'm just a hobbit from Willowbottom. Just a hobbit? Celeborn's laugh was like water over stones. There is no just about hobbits, Primrose burrows. Your people have a connection to growing things that many of the so-called wise have forgotten. It is no accident that Ithildinloth revealed itself to your grandfather, or now to you. With a graceful gesture, the Guardian invited her to walk with him. As they moved along the white stone paths, Celeborn began to speak of the garden's history. It had indeed been created in the elder days by an elf named Elamire, who had foreseen a time when much of Middle-earth's natural beauty would be lost to darkness and war. The garden was hidden in many places over the ages, Celeborn explained, moving when danger threatened or when the land itself changed, as lands do over the long count of years. It came to rest here beneath the Shire during the time your people call the Wandering Days, when hobbits first settled these lands. Does it always appear as it does now? Primrose asked, gazing around at the nighttime splendor of the underground realm. No, it changes with the seasons above, and with the cycles of sun and moon. What you see now is its night aspect, but it is different again during the full moon, and different still at the changing of the seasons. Part of your task as caretaker will be to observe and understand these cycles. They paused beside one of the pools, where water lilies now glowed with an inner blue fire. The garden provides for itself in most ways, Celeborn continued, but it also needs the attention and care of a living being. Plants, even enchanted ones, thrive best when tended with love. What must I do? Primrose asked, her initial fear giving way to determination. Visit often, learn the names and natures of all that grows here. Collect seeds when they are ripe, and plant some above, as your grandfather did. The bond between your garden and this one must be maintained. And sometimes, he hesitated, looking at her carefully, sometimes the plants may tell you of needs beyond the garden's boundaries. Beyond? You mean elsewhere in the Shire? Perhaps, or perhaps further still. The magic that sustains Ithildinloth is connected to the greater web of life that spans all of Middle-earth. When imbalance threatens that web, the garden may respond. Primrose's mind whirled with this new information. Her grandfather's gift was far more significant than she had ever imagined. Not just a collection of exotic seeds, but a connection to an ancient magic that spanned all of Middle-earth. How will I know when the garden needs something from me? She asked, watching a cluster of luminous blue mushrooms that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. The signs will be clear to one who observes with an open heart, Celeborn replied. A bloom out of season, a sudden withering, or dreams that come when you sleep near the plants above. Your grandfather learned to read these signs, as will you in time. As they continued their walk through the winding paths, Celeborn pointed out plants of particular significance. There was silverleaf, whose essence could cure fevers that no other medicine could touch. Dreambloom, whose nectar brought visions of far-off places. Hearties, a modest flower that nevertheless could mend wounds of the spirit when properly prepared. Many of these grow in my garden above, Primrose noted, recognizing shapes and colors she had tended for years without knowing their true properties. Yes, but their powers are diminished in the world above. Only here, in Ithildinloth, do they achieve their full potential, Celeborn explained. This is why the bond between the two gardens must be maintained. The plants above protect and conceal this place, while drawing strength from it in return. They came to a small clearing where a circle of flat stones surrounded a pool of water, so still it mirrored the crystal ceiling perfectly. At its center grew a single plant, unlike any other, in the gardenia slender stalk of deepest black, from which unfurled 3 leaves shaped like crescents. No flowers adorned it, yet it seemed to be the focus of the entire clearing, with the other plants arranged around it in concentric rings. This, said Celeborn, his voice dropping to a reverent whisper, is the heart of Ithildinloth. The moon shadow, oldest of all the plants in this garden. It was a seedling when Elamire first created this place, brought from lands now lost beneath the sea. Primrose felt a strange resonance as she looked at the plant, as if it was somehow aware of her presence and regarding her with ancient, unfathomable wisdom. "It looks so simple," she said finally, "compared to the other plants, I mean." "The greatest powers often wear the humblest guise," Celeborn replied with a smile. "The moon shadow blooms but once a century, under the light of a blue moon. When it does, its petals are said to grant the gift of true sight, the ability to perceive what is hidden, even from the wise." "Has it ever bloomed during your guardianship?" Primrose asked, fascinated. "Twice I have witnessed its flowering," Celeborn said, a faraway look in his forest, deep eyes. "Once in the time of the last alliance, when darkness threatened to cover all the lands, and once again, many centuries later, when the shadow first returned to the great forest." "And did you use its gift?" "The gift is not for me," the Guardian said simply. "I am bound to Ithildinloth, part of its magic rather than separate from it. The blooms are always meant for others, those who need the gift of true sight in times of need." They stood in silence for a moment, the only sound the gentle music of water dripping from the crystal ceiling into the surrounding pools. Then Celeborn turned to face Primrose directly, his expression serious. "Your grandfather visited this spot often, sitting in contemplation of the moon shadow for hours at a time. I believe he sensed what I now perceive clearly. The moon shadow is preparing to bloom again, far sooner than its usual cycle would dictate." "What does that mean?" Primrose asked, a flutter of unease disturbing her previous wonder. "It means that something stirs in the world outside, something that may require the gift of true sight to perceive and counter. The garden responds to the needs of Middle-earth, even if those who dwell there are unaware of their peril." The Guardian placed a hand on Primrose's shoulder, his touch as light as a falling leaf. "This is why you have been called now Primrose Burrows, not merely to tend the garden, but to be ready for what is to come." Primrose looked up at Celeborn, then back at the mysterious plant. She was a simple hobbit from Willowbottom who had never ventured further than the borders of the Shire. The thought of being involved in matters that affected all of Middle-earth was terrifying. "I don't know if I can be what you need me to be," she admitted softly. "I'm not brave or wise. I just like growing things." "And that," said Celeborn gently, "is precisely why you are perfect for this task. The greatest heroes are rarely those who set out seeking greatness. More often, they are those who simply do what must be done, one small step at a time, because their hearts allow them no other choice." He gestured toward a new path that Primrose hadn't noticed before. "Come. There is one more place you must see before your first visit ends." The path led them to a small door set into the wall of the cavern, similar to the one through which Primrose had entered, but scaled to hobbit size. Unlike the entrance, however, this door stood slightly ajar, revealing a cozy chamber beyond. "Your grandfather's workroom," Celeborn explained. "Here, he studied the plants of Ithildinloth, recorded his observations, and prepared the various essences and extracts that he sometimes shared with those in need." Primrose stepped through the doorway, her eyes widening at what she found inside. The chamber was a perfect blend of hobbit comfort and elven elegance, with a small hearth, comfortable chairs, and shelves lined with books, jars, and instruments of delicate design. A workbench occupied one wall, its surface clean but bearing the marks of years of use. Above it hung bundles of dried plants, each carefully labelled in her grandfather's hand. Primrose moved slowly through her grandfather's workroom, her fingers trailing over well-worn tools and jars, filled with powders and essences of various colours. Everything was meticulously organised, with labels written in the same flowing script she had seen on the seed packets years ago. Now, however, she found she could understand the writing, as if the garden itself had granted her this knowledge. "Heart's Ease Essence," she read from a small blue bottle. "Moonflower Dew Silverleaf Extract." Each name conjured images of the plants she had just seen in the garden, their properties and purposes somehow clear to her mind, though she had never learned them. "Your grandfather was most methodical," Celeborn observed from the doorway, allowing Primrose space to explore. "He documented everything with great care, noting which preparations worked best and which combinations produced unexpected results." In the center of the room stood a small round table of polished wood, its surface inlaid with a map of the Shire, rendered in such fine detail that Primrose could make out individual buildings in Hobbiton and the winding course of the Brandywine. Her own village of Willowbottom was marked with a tiny star of silver. "He made this," Celavon said, noticing her wonder. It allowed him to monitor the health of the land. When plants in a particular area showed signs of blight or disease, he would prepare remedies from the garden and journey there, offering his help to farmers or foresters who knew nothing of the source of his knowledge. "That explains his wandering," Primrose murmured. Old Burrows, the herb doctor, they had called him in the Shire, welcoming his remedies but whispering about his strange comings and goings. She had never connected those stories with her quiet grandfather who told her tales of elves and magic by the fireside. Her gaze moved to a corner of the room where a small cot was neatly made, a hobbit-sized cloak hanging from a peg beside it. "He stayed here sometimes?" "Often. In his later years," Celavon confirmed. "The magic of Ithildin Loth extended his life well beyond the normal span of your people. He might have lived longer still had he chosen to remain. But he left," Primrose said softly, picturing her grandfather setting off on one final journey, perhaps knowing he would not return. "He felt called elsewhere," the Guardian said. "There are other gardens, other places of power in Middle-earth that need tending. Your grandfather believed it was his duty to seek them out, to ensure the ancient knowledge was not lost." Primrose nodded, feeling a new connection to her grandfather and a growing understanding of the responsibility she had inherited. Her eyes fell on a small desk near the window, though, what the window might look out upon in this underground realm. She couldn't imagine where an open journal lay beside an elegant quill. She approached and saw that the journal was filled with her grandfather's handwriting, the last entry dated just days before his disappearance from the Shire. With trembling fingers, she began to read. "The moon shadow shows signs of early budding, something I have never observed in all my years tending Ithildin Loth. Celavon believes it responds to some disturbance in the greater harmony of Middle-earth, though what that might be, neither of us can say. I have consulted the oldest texts in the garden's library, seeking precedent for such an occurrence, but found little guidance. My dreams are troubled of late, filled with visions of a forest sick with some creeping malady, and a tower where ancient evils stir once more. I believe I am being called to journey far from the Shire, perhaps even beyond the Misty Mountains. Celavon counsels caution, reminding me that I am no longer young, even by the reckoning of my extended years. Yet I cannot ignore this calling. The moon shadow's unseasonable budding, my persistent dream soul point to a need that I must answer. I have prepared as best I can, gathering essences and seeds that may prove useful on my journey. I leave tomorrow at first light. My only regret is that I must depart without seeing my dear Primrose one last time. She has grown into a remarkable hobbit, with a touch for growing things that surpasses even my own. The garden above flourishes under her care, and I have no doubt that when the time is right, Ithildin Loth will reveal itself to her as it once did to me. To you, Primrose, if you are reading this, do not mourn my absence. I have lived a life fuller and longer than any hobbit might reasonably expect, and have seen wonders beyond imagining. Now it falls to you to tend what I have left behind, and perhaps someday to answer your own calling when it comes. Trust in the wisdom of the garden and in your own heart. They will not lead you astray." Tears filled Primrose's eyes as she finished reading. Her grandfather had not abandoned her, or met some terrible fate as village gossip suggested. He had been answering a higher calling, protecting not just the Shire, but perhaps all of Middle-earth from some unnamed threat. "Did he ever return?" she asked Celavon, wiping her eyes. "Did you ever learn what became of him?" The Guardian's face grew solemn. No word ever reached Ithildin Loth of his fate. But the garden mourned him many of the plants drooped and would not bloom for a full cycle of the seasons. They would not have done so had he simply travelled elsewhere. I believe he found what he sought, but at a cost. Primrose closed the journal gently, feeling the weight of her inheritance more keenly than ever. "And now the moon shadow prepares to bloom again," she said. "What does it mean? What am I supposed to do?" "For now, learn," Celavon said simply. "Visit often. Study your grandfather's notes. Become familiar with every plant in Ithildin Loth, and understand its properties. The garden will reveal its needs to you when the time is right." In the days that followed her discovery of Ithildin Loth, Primrose fell into a new rhythm of life. By day, she tended her garden above as always, noting with fresh understanding how the exotic plants connected to their more magical counterparts below. By night, When her neighbours were settled by their hearths, she would slip through the hidden door and descend to the underground garden, where Celeborn would share the ancient lore of the plants and instruct her in their care. The garden was never the same twice. Each visit revealed new blooms, different patterns of light from the crystal ceiling, and subtle changes in the music of flowing water and distant chimes. Sometimes the air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of mint and night-blooming jasmine. On other nights it was warm and heavy with the perfume of exotic flowers that opened only in darkness. Primrose learned quickly, her natural affinity for growing things making her an apt pupil. She discovered that many of the remedies her grandfather had been known for throughout the Shire, his headache powder, his salve for joint pain, his famous tea that soothed even the most troubled mind into peaceful sleep, all had their origins in Ithildinloth. The garden's plants, even diluted by their journey to the world above, held properties that far surpassed ordinary herbs. She began to experiment with her own preparations, following the recipes in her grandfather's journals, but adding touches that felt right to her own instincts. To her delight, these modifications often improved the results, creating remedies more potent or longer lasting than the originals. "You have a gift," Celeborn told her one evening as she successfully distilled essence from a particularly temperamental bloom that had resisted her grandfather's efforts for years. "The plants respond to your touch in ways I have not seen since Elimire himself walked these paths." Primrose blushed at the comparison to the garden's legendary creator. "I only do what feels natural," she said. "It's as if the plants tell me what they need, if I listen closely enough." "That is precisely the gift I speak of," the Guardian replied. "Many can learn the techniques of herbcraft, but few develop the true dialogue with growing things that you possess." As the weeks passed, Primrose began to share some of her creations with her neighbours, offering remedies for common ailments, just as her grandfather had done. A salve for old Boffin's rheumatic knees, drops to ease young Poppy Proudfoot's teething pains, a tea that helped widow Goodbody find restful sleep after years of insomnia. Word of her skill spread through Willowbottom and beyond, bringing visitors from as far as Hobbiton seeking her help. Primrose welcomed them all, never revealing the true source of her remedies but taking joy in the relief and gratitude her work brought. Yet even as her days filled with purpose and satisfaction, a sense of anticipation grew within her. The moon shadow at the heart of Ithildinloth continued its unexpected budding, its black stalk now bearing a single tightly closed bud that gleamed like polished obsidian in the garden's gentle light. "When will it bloom?" she asked Celeborn one evening, as they stood before the mysterious plant. "Soon," he replied, his ancient eyes troubled. "The signs grow clearer with each passing day. The blue moon approaches it, will rise 3 nights, hence and, with it, I believe, will come the moon shadow's flowering. And then I'll know what my grandfather sensed. What called him away from the Shire." Celeborn nodded slowly. The gift of true sight is unpredictable in its revelations. It shows what needs to be seen, not always what one wishes to know. But yes, I believe the moon shadow's blooming will reveal much that has remained hidden. That night, as Primrose worked in her grandfather's study, transcribing his notes on dreambloom cultivation into her own journal, she felt a strange sensation as if a cool breeze had passed through the room, though no wind stirred the air of Ithildinloth. Looking up, she saw that the small window beside the desk, which had always appeared to look out on a blank wall of stone, now showed a different scene entirely. Through the glass, she beheld a forest unlike any in the Shire. Ancient trees stretched toward a twilight sky, their massive trunks covered in moss and their branches hung with curtains of lichen. But something was wrong with this forest. The leaves that should have been vibrant green were dull and spotted with disease. The undergrowth was sparse and withered, and no birds or animals moved among the shadows. As Primrose watched, the view shifted, moving as if she herself were walking through this sickly woodland. Ahead, barely visible through the trees, rose the dark silhouette of a tower, its jagged outline stark against the fading light. Even through the window, she could feel a malevolence emanating from that distant structure, a wrongness that made her heart beat faster with instinctive fear. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the vision faded, leaving the window once again showing only blank stone. "The forest from Grandfather's journal," Primrose whispered, her hands trembling as she reached for the leather-bound book. Flipping through the pages, she found the entry she sought. "My dreams are troubled of late. filled with visions of a forest sick with some creeping malady, and a tower where ancient evils stir once more. She had seen what her grandfather had seen, not in dreams, but through some magic of Ithildenloth itself, preparing her for what was to come with the moon shadows blooming. Gathering her courage, Primrose left the study and sought out Celeborn. She found him by the stream, communing with a cluster of luminous water plants that seemed to bend toward him as if listening to unheard words. "I saw something," she said without preamble. "Through the window in Grandfather's study. A forest, diseased and dying, and a tower that felt wrong somehow. Evil." Celeborn's expression grew grave as Primrose described her vision. The luminous plants around him dimmed slightly, sensing his disquiet. "The garden is preparing you," he said finally. "Such visions rarely come unbidden. The window in your grandfather's study has shown you what he saw the cause of his final journey." "But where is this place?" Primrose asked. "Which forest could it be?" "There are several possibilities," the guardian replied, leading her back toward the center of the garden where the moon shadows stood. "The ancient forest of Mirkwood lies far to the east, beyond the misty mountains. Once it was called Greenwood the Great, but darkness has tainted it in recent centuries. Or it could be Fangorn Forest to the south, oldest of all woods in Middle-earth, where trees remember the first dawn and hold grudges that span ages." He paused beside the moon shadow, studying its obsidian bud with concern. "But my heart tells me you saw the old forest that borders the eastern edge of your own Shire remnant of the great woods that once covered all these lands in days beyond memory." Primrose had heard tales of the old forest, of course. Every hobbit child grew up with warnings about its danger streets that moved when you weren't looking, paths that shifted to lead travelers astray, and strange lights that lured the unwary to their doom. Few hobbits ever ventured within its borders, and those who did rarely spoke of their experiences afterward. "And the tower?" she asked, a chill running through her at the memory of that malevolent silhouette. "That I cannot say with certainty," Celeborn answered. "There are ancient ruins scattered throughout Middle, earth remnants of kingdoms long fallen and powers long vanquished. Some are merely stone and memory, but others retain echoes of the will that raised them." He knelt beside the moon shadow, his face level with the gleaming bud. "The blue moon comes tomorrow night. When the moon shadow blooms beneath its light, the gift of true sight will reveal what you need to know." That night, Primrose slept fitfully in her hobbit hole above, her dreams filled with tangled woods and shadowy towers. She woke before dawn, feeling unrested and anxious. After a simple breakfast that she barely tasted, she found herself drawn to her garden, inspecting the plants that connected to Ithildenloth below. To her surprise, many showed signs of distress-wilting leaves, fading blooms, drooping stems, though she had tended them with the same care as always. Even the weather was pleasant, with gentle sunshine and a light breeze that should have invigorated rather than weakened her garden. Kneeling beside a patch of silverleaf, Primrose gently touched its dulling foliage. "What troubles you, little ones?" she murmured. The plant trembled slightly beneath her fingers, as if trying to communicate something beyond her understanding. A shadow fell across the garden path, and Primrose looked up to find old Boffin standing at her gate, leaning heavily on his walking stick despite the salve she had given him for his knees. "Morning, Miss Burrows," he called, his voice gruffer than usual. "Thought you might want to know strange happenings over Bindbowl Way. The trees don't look right, according to my nephew who passed through yesterday. All sickly-like, and the air with an odd taste to it." Primrose's heart quickened. Bindbowl Wood lay to the north of Willowbottom, a small forest that many hobbits visited for mushroom hunting and picnics. It was considered perfectly safe, unlike the old forest far to the east. "What do you mean, they don't look right?" she asked, moving to the gate. Old Boffin shrugged his stooped shoulders. "Leaves all spotted and falling," he said, though it's high summer, and a mist hanging about that made his head ache something fierce. "He came to me for one of my remedies, but nothing helped. Thought perhaps you might have something stronger. Your nephew, where is he now?" I bet at my smile. "Been sleeping since yesterday afternoon, but it's a troubled sleep. Mutters and thrashes something awful." Primrose nodded decisively. "I'll come see him. I may have something that can help." Within the hour, she was at old Boffin's modest hole, kneeling beside the bed where his nephew, a sturdy hobbit in his tweens named Tomley, caught in the grip of some disturbing dream. His skin was clammy, his breathing shallow, and occasionally he would mutter words that made little sense. "The roots go deep. It spreads below. The tower calls." From her basket, Primrose took a small vial containing an essence she had prepared in Ithildinloth, just days before tincture of Dreambloom and Heartease designed to calm troubled minds. She mixed several drops with water and gently helped Tom drink the mixture. Almost immediately, his breathing steadied and the tension left his body as he settled into a more peaceful sleep. "He'll rest properly now," she told old Boffin. "When he wakes, give him more of this." She handed him the vial with careful instructions. "Bless you, Miss Burrows," the old hobbit said, relief evident in his rheumy eyes. "I was proper worried about the lad. Tell me, which path did Tom take through Bindbol Wood?" Primrose asked, as she packed up her basket. Old Boffin gave her a sharp look. "You're not thinking of going there yourself, are you? Not with whatever strangeness affected my nephew still about?" "I just want to see for myself," Primrose assured him, though in truth her mind was already made up. The sickness in her garden, Tom's condition, her vision of the blighted forest, they were all connected, she felt certain. And with the moon shadow set to bloom that very night, she needed to gather as much information as possible. Old Boffin reluctantly described the path his nephew had taken, a well-worn trail that wound through the eastern edge of Bindbol Wood, popular among mushroom foragers for its abundant crop of golden caps in late summer. After promising to be careful and return before sunset, Primrose set off, her basket over her arm containing a few essentials: a small knife for gathering samples, several glass vials, a water flask, and some bread and cheese for lunch. The morning was warm and bright, belying the strange happenings that had drawn her from her home. As Primrose walked the familiar lanes of Willowbottom, nodding to neighbours working in their gardens or smoking by their round doors, she felt a curious division between the peaceful world she had always known and the mysteries that now filled her days. The path to Bindbol Wood took her through rolling meadows, where butterflies danced above wildflowers and bees hummed drowsily in the summer air. For a time, she could almost forget the troubling vision of the blighted forest and the tower, the moon shadow's ominous budding, and Tom Boffin's disturbed sleep. But as she neared the edge of the small forest, signs of something amiss became apparent. Birds that should have been singing in the branches were noticeably absent. The usual scurrying of small animals in the undergrowth was missing. Most telling of all, the leaves on the outermost trees, which should have been in the full green vigour of summer, were indeed spotted with brown and yellow patches, many already falling to the ground, though autumn was months away. Primrose slowed her pace, observing carefully as she entered the wood. The further she went along the path, the more pronounced the signs of sickness became. Mushrooms grew in unusual abundance, but their caps were misshapen and bore colours she had never seen before, unnatural purples and blues that seemed to shimmer slightly in the dappled light. The air held a faint but unmistakable odour, like wet earth mixed with something metallic and unpleasant. About half a mile into the wood, Primrose came upon a small clearing where the devastation was most evident. Trees stood bare of leaves, their bark peeling away in strips to reveal wood darkened as if burned. The ground was covered not with healthy grass, but with a strange pale fungus that spread in circular patterns. In the centre of the clearing stood an ancient oak, larger than the surrounding trees, and clearly once the proud patriarch of this part of the wood. Now its massive trunk was split, revealing a hollow core from which oozed a dark liquid that steamed slightly in the cool air of the forest. The liquid pooled around the base of the tree, and wherever it touched, plants withered and died. "This is the source," Primrose whispered, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence of the clearing. She approached cautiously, keeping well back from the oozing substance. Kneeling, she examined the sickly fungus that formed concentric rings around the dying oak. Its pattern reminded her of something she had seen in her grandfather's books, a rare parasitic growth called bloodmeal that appeared when the natural balance of a forest was severely disrupted. With her small knife, Primrose carefully collected samples of the fungus, the diseased bark, and even a few droplets of the dark liquid, storing each in separate vials. She worked methodically, remembering Celeborn's teachings about safely handling unknown substances. When she had gathered what she needed, she retreated from the clearing, feeling as if unseen eyes followed her departure. Once beyond the boundary of the wood, Primrose paused to catch her breath. The warm sunshine and fresh breeze were a welcome relief after the oppressive atmosphere among the sick trees. Looking back, she noticed something she hadn't seen on her way, a faint haze hanging over Bindbol Wood, visible only when viewed from a distance. "Not natural," she murmured. tucking her samples securely into her basket. Not natural at all. The sun was past its zenith by the time Primrose returned to her hobbit hole. Her first instinct was to descend immediately to Ithildenloth to consult with Celeborn, but prudence dictated she first check on Tom Boffin and ensure her remedy was working. To her relief, when she stopped at old Boffin's home, she found his nephew awake and much improved, though still weak. The troubled muttering had ceased, and while Tom remembered little of his time in Bindbole Wood, he was coherent and grateful for her help. There was something wrong with the trees, he told her, his voice still raspy from his ordeal. I felt it watching me, and the mushrooms they seemed to glow when I wasn't looking directly at them. Did you see anything unusual beyond the wood? Primrose asked gently. Anything that shouldn't have been there? Tom frowned, concentrating. I'm not sure. Maybe. There was a moment when I climbed a small rise and looked eastward. I thought I saw something in the distance, beyond the trees, a shape that didn't belong. He shook his head in frustration. But it's all muddled now, like a dream half remembered upon waking. Thanking both Boffins for their help, and leaving more of her remedy with instructions for its use, Primrose hurried home. The blue moon would rise with the coming of night, and she needed to prepare for whatever revelations the moon shadow's blooming might bring. In her garden, she found the plants looking even more distressed than they had that morning. The silver leaf was now completely wilted, its once vibrant foliage turned dull grey. The bell-shaped flowers that had first glowed to reveal the hidden door now hung limply on their stems, their light barely visible, even in the shadows cast by the setting sun. Without pausing to eat or rest, Primrose activated the door to Ithildenloth, descending the spiral staircase with greater haste than she had ever dared before. The blue light that usually guided her way seemed dimmer, as if the connection between the gardens above and below was weakening. Celeborn awaited her at the foot of the stairs, his normally serene face lined with concern. You have been to the source of the disturbance, he said. It was not a question. Bindbole Wood, Primrose confirmed, opening her basket to show him the samples she had collected. Something terrible is happening there. The trees are dying, and there's a strange fungus growing everywhere. But the worst is an ancient oak in the center split, open and leaking a dark substance that kills everything it touches. The Guardian's eyes widened at the sight of the vials. You were right to bring these, but we must handle them with great care. Come, we will examine them in your grandfather's study. As they crossed through the garden, Primrose noted that Ithildenloth itself showed subtle signs of the distress she had observed above. The water in the stream ran slower, its usual crystalline clarity now slightly clouded. Some of the more delicate plants had closed their petals, as if protecting themselves from an unseen threat. But most striking was the moon shadow at the garden's heart. Its obsidian bud had grown larger, and now pulsed with a faint internal light, like the last ember in a dying fire. Around its base, the rings of plants that had always grown in perfect harmony now leaned away, as if sensing something dangerous in their ancient companion. In the study, Celeborn carefully examined each sample, his slender fingers moving with practiced precision as he subjected them to various tests. He added drops of different essences, observed reactions, and consulted several ancient texts that Primrose had never seen before, written in scripts so old that even her garden-granted understanding could not decipher them. It is as I feared, he said finally, pushing aside a magnifying lens through which he had been studying the dark liquid. This corruption is not natural, nor is it any ordinary disease of forest or field. It bears the unmistakable mark of deliberate malice. Someone is poisoning Bindbole Wood? Primrose asked, horrified at the thought that anyone would intentionally harm the peaceful forest. Not something, Celeborn corrected grimly. Long ago, in the Elder Days, servants of the Dark Power created blights and corruptions to weaken the lands they sought to conquer. Most such evils were cleansed from Middle-earth at the end of the First Age, but some lingered, dormant and hidden, awaiting the right conditions to reawaken. He indicated the fungus she had collected. This is not bloodmeal as you suspected, though it resembles it closely. It is something far worse, what the elves call mortaloth, or dark bloom. It spreads underground through root systems, poisoning all it touches and preparing the soil for darker purposes. But why Bindbole Wood? Primrose asked. It's just a small forest in the Shire, of no particular importance. Perhaps it is only the beginning, Celeborn said softly, or perhaps something in that specific location called to the dormant evil. The blue moon rises tonight, and with it, I believe the moon shadows blooming will reveal the true nature of this threat. As if on cue, a change came over Ithildinloth. The crystals in the ceiling began to pulse with a cooler, bluer light, and the air grew charged with expectation. From the garden beyond the study's door came a soft chiming, more insistent than the usual gentle music that filled the underground realm. "It begins," Celeborn said, rising swiftly. "The blue moon rises in the world above." They hurried to the heart of the garden where the moon shadow stood. Already, a small crowd had gathered beings that Primrose had never seen before in her visits to Ithildinloth. They were not elves or hobbits or men, but something other-slender, translucent creatures that seemed composed partly of light and partly of living plants. They moved aside respectfully as Celeborn approached, their luminous eyes turning curiously to Primrose. "The spirits of the garden," Celeborn explained in a whisper. "They rarely show themselves, even to me, but the blooming of the moon shadow calls to them. They are the original caretakers, from the time of Elamire himself." The black bud of the moon shadow now pulsed visibly, its surface shifting like liquid obsidian. The blue light from above intensified, focusing into a single beam that fell directly upon the plant. As it did, the bud began to unfurl, its petals opening with agonizing slowness. "The gift of true sight will come but once," Celeborn warned Primrose. "When the final petal opens, look deeply into the heart of the bloom. What you see will be meant for your eyes alone." The opening of the moon shadow was like watching a dance performed with infinite patience, each petal as black as the space between stars, yet somehow iridescent with hidden colors moved with deliberate grace, revealing by degrees the center of the flower. Around them, the garden spirits began a low, melodious humming that seemed to vibrate through the very soil beneath their feet. The stream's flow paused, the water holding still as glass. Even the air itself seemed to wait, heavy with anticipation. At last, the final petal of the moon shadow unfurled, revealing the heart of the flower. Unlike the black exterior, the center glowed with a soft, silver radiance that seemed to both draw in and emit light simultaneously. As instructed, Primrose gazed deeply into the bloom, focusing her mind and heart on what she needed to see. The silver light expanded, filling her vision until the garden, Celeborn, and the spirits all faded from her awareness. In their place came a series of vivid images, flowing one into another with dreamlike continuity. She saw Bindball Wood as it had been long ago, healthy and vibrant, filled with life. Then, beneath it, hidden deep underground, a small, dark object buried in ancient times. It pulsed with malevolence, a seed of corruption waiting patiently through long ages for the right conditions to awaken. The vision shifted, showing her the gradual awakening of this evil seed, its influence spreading slowly through soil and root, poisoning the ancient oak and using it as a conduit to infect the surrounding forest. But this was merely the beginning. Tendrils of corruption were extending beyond Bindball, creeping steadily toward other wooded areas of the Shire. Then she saw it, the tower from her earlier vision. It stood on a distant hill beyond the old forest, a structure of black stone partly ruined yet somehow rebuilding itself, growing stronger as the corruption spread. Within its walls, a presence stirred, formless yet filled with purpose and ancient malice reawakening, after millennia of dormancy, drawn to the power that had once been housed within that tower in an age long past. The vision widened, showing the potential future if this evil remained unchecked. The blight would spread from Bindball to the old forest, then outward to all the green places of the Shire. The land would sicken, crops would fail, and the Hobbitshire friends and neighbours would suffer greatly before being forced to abandon their beloved homeland. But then, cutting through this grim prospect like a beam of light through darkness, Primrose saw her grandfather. He stood at the base of the tower, a small figure against its looming presence. In his hands he held something that glowed with the same silver radiance as the moon shadow's hearter seed, or perhaps a small bloom. As she watched, he planted this light in the shadow of the tower, and though the vision ended before she could see the result, she understood that he had sacrificed himself to place a counter to the growing evil. The light faded, and Primrose found herself once more in Ithildinloth, kneeling before the now fully bloomed moonshadow. Its petals had transformed from black to silver, radiating gentle illumination that seemed to strengthen the garden around it. The plants that had leaned away now turned toward it, drawing renewal from its light. "You saw," Celeborn said quietly, helping her to her feet. I saw, Primrose confirmed, her voice steady despite the trembling of her heart. My grandfather found the source of the corruption and planted something to fight it something from this garden. But it wasn't enough, was it? The evil is growing strong again, the Guardian nodded gravely. Your grandfather's action bought time but could not fully cleanse the corruption. Such ancient evils have deep roots and great patience. Now the task falls to you. What must I do? Primrose asked, already knowing in her heart what the answer would be. You must complete what your grandfather began. The Moonshadow has shown you the way. Its bloom contains the seeds of its power, the gift of true sight made manifest. With it, you can purify the corrupted heart of the ancient oak in Bindbowl and halt the spread of the blight. And the tower? The presence awakening there? That is a greater task. For another time perhaps. For now, healing Bindbowl Wood will weaken the tower's influence and give the Shire more time enough for those with greater power to be alerted to the danger. As they spoke, the silver petals of the Moonshadow began to detach, floating gently upward until they hovered at eye level before Primrose. 7 petals in all, each glowing with inner light. As she watched, they spiraled together, merging into a single luminous seed that drifted into her outstretched palm. Plant this at the heart of the corruption, Celeborn instructed. Where the dark liquid flows from the ancient oak, the Moonshadow's essence will cleanse the poison and restore balance to the wood. When must I go? Primrose asked, carefully placing the precious seed in a small crystal vial from her grandfather's workroom. Tomorrow, at first light, the blue moon's power lingers until dawn, strengthening the seed. After that, its potency will begin to fade. That night, as Primrose slept in her hobbit hole above, her dreams were peaceful for the first time in many days. She saw her grandfather walking in a garden far away, his face serene as he tended exotic plants beneath an unfamiliar sky. Though he did not speak or look her way, she felt his approval and his confidence in her. Dawn found her already awake, packed and ready for the journey to Bindbowl Wood. Her basket contained the crystal vial with the Moonshadow seed, several protective essences Celeborn had prepared, and provisions for the day. At her door, she paused for one last look at her garden. Already the plants showed signs of recovery, their wilted leaves beginning to straighten, their dull colors brightening in the morning light. I'll be back soon, she promised them softly. Then, with the determination that had always been her true inheritance, Primrose Burrows set off down the path, a simple hobbit from Willowbottom carrying hope for all the Shire in her basket. Behind her, as if in blessing, the first rays of the sun caught the dew on her garden plants, transforming each droplet into a tiny star shining with the promise of renewal and the continuation of her grandfather's legacy. Story 2. In the gentle rolling hills of the Shire, where the grass grew green and soft beneath bare hobbit feet, there lived a hobbit named Mosco Burrows. Unlike many of his kin who were content to spend their days tending gardens and smoking pipeweed on their porches, Mosco had always harbored a curious spirit. Not the dangerous sort of curiosity that might lead one to adventure with wizards or dragons, mind you. Mosco was still a respectable hobbit. His curiosity was of a gentler kind, one that wondered about the forgotten corners of the Shire itself, the old stories that the elders told by firelight, and the small mysteries that dwelled in familiar places. Mosco lived in a cozy hobbit hole near the eastern borders of the Shire, where the well-trodden paths began to fade, and the Brandywine River curved lazily through meadows dotted with wildflowers. His home was modest but comfortable, with round windows that looked out upon a garden of herbs and vegetables, and shelves lined with books of local lore and pressed flowers. On this particular autumn evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and gold, Mosco sat on his bench outside, smoking his pipe and watching the smoke rings drift lazily upward. The air was crisp with the promise of coming frost, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant hearth fires. Called a friendly voice, interrupting his reverie. Mosco looked up to see old Tom Cotton ambling up the path, leaning on his walking stick. The elderly hobbit's face was weathered, like tanned leather, creased with countless smile lines around his eyes. "And a fine evening to you, Tom," Mosco replied, tapping his pipe against the bench to make room for his neighbour. "Will you join me for a moment?" The sunset promises to be a beautiful one tonight. Tom eased himself onto the bench with a grateful sigh. Don't mind if I do. These old bones appreciate a rest before the final stretch home. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching as the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening blue above. The distant sounds of the Shire settling in for the evening, pots clanging, children being called to supper, and the occasional burst of laughter from the nearby inn created a soothing melody. Have you heard, Tom said at last, breaking the silence, about the old lamp that's appeared on Dingle Path? Mosco's ears perked up. A lamp, you say? I haven't been that way in at least a fortnight. Aye, a curious old thing it is. Iron wrought with coloured glass, standing tall as a hobbit child. Nobody seems to know where it came from or who lit it, but every night since the harvest moon, it glows with a soft light that neither flickers nor dims until dawn. Mosco's brow furrowed in thought. How peculiar. Dingle Path hardly needs a lamp. It's rarely travelled after sundown. That's just it, Tom nodded sagely. Some say it's elf magic, though I can't recall the last time any elves passed through these parts. Others whisper it might be the work of the wandering wizard, though he hasn't been seen in the Shire for many a year. The mention of wizards and elves sent a pleasant shiver of curiosity down Mosco's spine. Not that he believed such fanciful notions. He was a practical hobbit, after all. But there was something undeniably enchanting about unexplained mysteries. I think I shall have to see this lamp for myself, Mosco decided, tapping out the last embers of his pipe. Tom chuckled, pushing himself to his feet with the aid of his stick. I thought you might say that. Well, if you're going, best take the path behind the old mill. It's longer but gentler on the feet, especially as the evening dew settles. With a friendly nod, Tom continued on his way home, leaving Mosco to ponder this new mystery. As twilight deepened into true night, Mosco went inside his hobbit hole, lit a fire in the hearth, and prepared a simple but satisfying supper of mushroom soup, fresh bread with butter, and a slice of apple tart. The warmth of the food and the crackling fire made him drowsy, but the thought of the mysterious lamp kept his mind alert. After washing his dishes and setting them to dry, Mosco took down a lantern from its hook by the door. He filled it with oil, trimmed the wick, and lit it with a taper from the fire. Then, wrapping a woolen scarf around his neck against the evening chill, he set out from his hobbit hole toward Dingle Path. The night was peaceful, with an almost full moon casting silver light over the sleeping landscape. Mosco's lantern swung gently in his hand, creating dancing shadows that played among the hedgerows and trees as he walked. Occasionally, an owl would call from the darkness, or a night creature would rustle in the underbrush, but otherwise, the Shire was quiet, wrapped in the gentle embrace of night. As Tom had suggested, Mosco took the longer path behind the old mill. The water wheel creaked softly as it turned in the mill pond, a rhythmic sound that had lulled generations of hobbits to sleep. Mosco breathed deeply, filling his lungs with the scent of water and stone and night-blooming flowers that grew along the bank. The winding path eventually joined with Dingle Path, a narrow trail that meandered between two low hills before opening onto a meadow often used for summer picnics and festivities. And there, just as Tom had described, stood a lamp. The lamp stood about 4 feet tall, its iron frame crafted with delicate spirals and curves that reminded Mosco of the patterns frost makes on window panes in deep winter. The glass panels were tinted in soft blues and greens that seemed to shift and change as Mosco approached, like sunlight through leaves or the surface of a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Most remarkable of all was the light itself. It wasn't the flickering yellow-orange of a flame, nor the harsh white of the rare dwarvish lanterns that occasionally made their way to the Shire's markets. Instead, it was a gentle, steady glow that reminded Mosco of starlight captured in a bottle, silvery blue and somehow both bright and soft at once, illuminating the path without casting harsh shadows. Mosco set his own lantern down and circled the mysterious lamp, examining it from every angle. There was no obvious fuel reservoir, no wick to be trimmed, and no sign of how it might be lit or extinguished. The base was firmly set into the earth, as though it had grown there like a tree, rather than being placed by hand. Most curious indeed, Mosco murmured to himself, reaching out hesitantly to touch the frame. It was neither warm nor cool, but seemed to match the temperature of the air precisely. The metal was smooth beneath his fingers, without a trace of rust, despite standing in the open air. As Mosco stood contemplating the lamp, he became aware of a soft sound carried on the night breeze, a gentle melody, like distant wind chimes or the tinkling of small bells. He looked around, trying to discern the source, but the music seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Hello?" Mosco called, his voice sounding suddenly loud in the quiet night. "Is someone there?" No answer came, but the melody continued, weaving through the darkness like silver thread. Mosco found himself following it, moving away from the lamp and toward a small copse of trees at the edge of the meadow. The moonlight filtered through the branches, creating dappled patterns on the ground before him. At the base of the largest tree, an ancient oak whose gnarled roots spread wide across the forest floor. Mosco found something that made him catch his breath in wonder. A tiny door, no taller than his knee, had been set into the trunk of the oak. It was painted a cheerful green with a small brass knob that gleamed in the moonlight. Mosco blinked several times, certain his eyes must be playing tricks on him. He had walked this way countless times in his life, and had never noticed such a door before. Kneeling down, he gently tapped his knuckles against it. To his surprise, the door swung open at his touch, revealing a warm golden light within, and the continued sound of the delicate melody. Mosco hesitated, remembering tales told to hobbit children about the dangers of following strange lights into unknown places. But curiosity, as always, got the better of him. "Hello?" he called again, peering into the opening. "I mean no harm. I'm just a simple hobbit who wanders about the lamp on the path." The music seemed to swell slightly in response, and Mosco could have sworn he heard a soft laugh within its notes. Taking a deep breath, he did something very unusual for a hobbit. He got down on his hands and knees and crawled through the tiny doorway. Inside, Mosco found himself in a space that should not have been possible within the confines of the tree trunk. It was a cozy, circular room, much like the parlour of a hobbit hole, with a ceiling just high enough for him to stand comfortably. A small hearth fire burned merrily in one wall, casting a warm glow over comfortable-looking furniture sized perfectly for hobbits or other small folk. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound volumes and curious objects. Polished stones, dried flowers, tiny glass bottles containing what looked like starlight, and other wonders that Mosco couldn't begin to name. A kettle hung over the fire, steam rising gently from its spout, and the scent of herbs and honey filled the air. But most surprising of all was the room's occupant. Seated in a rocking chair by the fire was the smallest person Mosco had ever seen, smaller even than a hobbit child. She appeared to be an elderly woman with silver hair braided and coiled around her head like a crown. Her face was delicately wrinkled, kind, and somehow ageless. She wore a gown of fabric that seemed woven from moonbeams, and her eyes sparkled with the same light that filled the lamp outside. "Well now," she said, her voice musical and light, reminding Mosco of the tinkling melody that had led him here. "It's been quite some time since a hobbit of the Shire has paid me a visit. Come in properly, Mosco Burrows, and warm yourself by my fire." Mosco was startled to hear his name from this stranger's lips, but something about her presence was so comforting and familiar that he found himself stepping fully into the room without hesitation. "You know me, lady?" he asked, accepting her gesture to take the chair opposite hers. She smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling with genuine warmth. "I know all the curious souls who wander these lands, especially those who notice what others overlook. You have been watching and wondering about the Shire's small mysteries for many years now, have you not?" Mosco nodded, amazed. "I have indeed, though I've never come across anything quite as mysterious as your lamp, or this dwelling within a tree." The tiny woman laughed, a sound like silver bells. "The lamp is new, I grant you that. I placed it there at the turning of the season. As for my home," she gestured around the cozy space, "it has been here longer than the Shire itself, though few have eyes to see it." She leaned forward to pour tea from the kettle into 2 waiting cups. The liquid shimmered with the same silvery blue light as the lamp outside. "Please, drink," the tiny woman encouraged, offering one of the cups to Mosco. "It's a special blend of herbs from my garden, with a touch of honey from bees that visit only at midnight." Mosco accepted the cup cautiously. The tea smelled wonderful, like summer meadows and autumn spices and something else he couldn't quite identify. A scent that reminded him of dreams he'd had as a child, of flying over the Shire on warm summer nights. "Who are you, if I may ask?" Mosco inquired politely before taking a small sip. The tea tasted even better than it smelled, warming him from the inside out. and bringing a sense of peace and clarity. The woman smiled, cradling her own cup in tiny hands. I have been called many names over the long years. The elves know me as Luthien Tinuviel, though I am not the same Luthien of their ancient tales. The men of Bree have whispered of the Lady of Lanterns, but the hobbits of old, when they first settled in these lands, called me simply Twilight Rose, and it is a name I've always been fond of. Twilight Rose, Mosco repeated, finding the name suited her perfectly. And you've lived here, in this tree, all this time? She nodded, taking a sip of her own tea. This oak and I have grown together over many centuries. My home moves as needed, sometimes here, sometimes elsewhere in the Shire, following the rhythm of seasons far longer than the turning of a single year. But why have I never seen your door before, or your lamp on the path? Mosco wondered aloud. Twilight Rose's eyes twinkled with amusement. You've seen them many times, dear Hobbit. Your eyes simply weren't ready to recognize what they saw. Just as children can spot fairies in garden flowers while their parents see only blossoms, some things reveal themselves only to those prepared to witness them. She set down her cup and stood, moving to one of the bookshelves. Though she barely came up to Mosco's waist, she carried herself with such dignity that she seemed somehow taller than her physical form. The world is changing, she said, running her finger along the spines of several ancient-looking books. Even here in the Shire, which has remained unchanged for so long while the outside world transformed around it. Can you feel it, Mosco Burrows? The shifting of winds that have blown steadily in one direction for an age? Mosco considered this. He was not one for grand thoughts about the state of the world. Such concerns were generally left to wizards and elf lords and other important folk. Yet lately he had sensed something different in the air, a restlessness that didn't come from within himself but seemed to permeate the very soil of the Shire. I suppose I have noticed certain changes, he admitted. More strangers on the roads, unusual weather, strange tales from the borders. Twilight Rose nodded, selecting a book bound in midnight blue leather and bringing it back to her chair. These are but ripples from stones cast in distant waters. Greater changes will come, though the Shire shall endure them better than most lands. She opened the book on her lap, revealing pages covered in silvery script that seemed to move and change as Mosco glanced at them, like fish darting beneath the surface of a clear stream. I did not call you here to burden you with worries of what may come, she assured him. Rather, I wish to share something with you. A gift, if you will. A gift? Mosco echoed, surprised. But why me? I'm no one special, just a curious hobbit who noticed your lamp. Twilight Rose's smile deepened. And is that not special enough? To notice what others pass by without seeing? To wonder about the small mysteries that dance at the edge of everyday life? Such curiosity is rare and precious, Mosco Burrows, and worthy of nurturing. She turned several pages in the book, then held it out to him. Here, this is a story that has never been written in any book kept by hobbits or men, or even elves. It is a tale from before the shaping of Middle-earth, as you know it, when the world was young and full of wonders, now forgotten. Mosco took the book carefully, feeling a slight tingle in his fingers as they touched the ancient pages. The script seemed to settle as he focused on it, forming words he could read despite never having seen such letters before. The tale of the 7 stars and the dreaming tree, he read aloud, the title shimmering like dew in morning sunlight. Read it when you return home, Twilight Rose instructed. Read it slowly, by candlelight, and let the words sink into your dreams. It may bring you comfort in days to come, and perhaps wisdom as well, though wisdom often arrives long after we first encounter it, like an echo returning from distant hills. She reached out and touched his hand gently. And when you've read it, should you wish to share its telling with others, you may. Some stories are meant to be kept secret, but this one wishes to be heard by those with ears to listen. Mosco carefully closed the book, feeling both honored and slightly overwhelmed by the responsibility. I shall treasure it, he promised, and read it with the respect it deserves. I know you will, said Twilight Rose with a nod of satisfaction. She stood once more and moved to a small cupboard near the hearth, from which she removed a cloth-wrapped bundle. And now, before you return to your home, allow me to send you with something more substantial than stories and tea. She unwrapped the bundle to reveal several seed cakes that smelled of honey and cinnamon, along with a small jar of what appeared to be jam the color of sunset. The seed cakes will sustain you on your journey home, Twilight Rose explained. wrapping them carefully in a leaf that somehow stayed fresh and green despite being plucked from its branch. And the jam is made from berries that grow only in the light of the midsummer moon. A spoonful on your morning bread will bring you pleasant dreams the following night. Mosco accepted these gifts with genuine gratitude. The hospitality of this strange, magical being touched his hobbit heart deeply. If there was one thing hobbits understood and valued above almost all else, it was the generosity of good food freely given. "Thank you, Lady Twilight Rose," he said, bowing slightly. "Your kindness to a curious wanderer is most appreciated." She smiled in that ageless way of hers. "Curiosity deserves nurturing, not discouragement. Too many in these days hurry past the wonders of the world without seeing them." She gestured toward the door. "The night grows deep, and you should return to your home before dawn. The path will be clear for you, and my lamp will guide your way." Mosco tucked the book carefully inside his jacket, close to his heart, and gathered the wrapped seed cakes and jam. With a final bow of respect, he made his way to the small green door, which swung open at his approach just as it had before. "Will I be able to find my way back?" he asked, turning to look at Twilight Rose one last time. Her eyes twinkled in the firelight. "Those who truly wish to find me usually do, though sometimes not when or where they expect. Read the book first, Mosco Burrows. Let its story take root in your dreams. Then, perhaps, our paths may cross again." With those words lingering in his mind, Mosco ducked through the doorway and found himself once more beneath the great oak tree. The night had deepened while he was inside, with the moon now high overhead, bathing the landscape in silver light. The mysterious lamp still stood on Dingle Path, its gentle glow seeming to beckon him homeward. As Mosco walked back along the path, he felt strangely light, as though his feet barely touched the earth. The night sounds, the hooting of owls, the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, the distant murmur of the Brandywine River, seemed clearer and more melodious than before. It was as if his encounter with Twilight Rose had heightened his senses, allowing him to perceive the secret harmonies of the Shire night. When he reached his hobbit hole, Mosco was surprised to find that he wasn't tired at all, despite the lateness of the hour. His mind was too full of wonders, too alive with questions and possibilities. He lit a single candle as Twilight Rose had instructed, and settled into his favorite armchair by the dying embers of his hearth. With reverent hands, he opened the midnight blue book. The silvery script glowed faintly in the candlelight, illuminating the pages with a soft radiance that was somehow both soothing and invigorating. Mosco began to read. "In the time before time was measured, when the stars were young and the earth still sang with the music of its making, 7 stars fell from the heavens. They did not plummet in fire and destruction as fallen stars often do, but drifted gently down like seeds carried on a summer breeze. Where they touched the earth, they took root and grew, not as stars any longer, but as trees. The first trees of what would one day be called Middle-earth. 6 of these star trees grew tall and straight, their branches reaching back toward the sky from which they had fallen, their roots delving deep into the welcoming soil. They became the ancestors of all the great forests that would one day cover the lands. The Malorn trees of Lothlorien, the mighty oaks of the Old Forest, the towering pines of the Greenwood, and others yet unnamed. But the 7th star, the smallest and yet in many ways the brightest, grew differently. Instead of reaching upward, it grew in a circle, its branches weaving together to form a shelter, a home, a haven. This was the Dreaming Tree, and within its embracing branches, the first dreams of Middle-earth were born. Mosco paused in his reading, letting the words settle in his mind like gentle rainfall on thirsty soil. The story felt both ancient and immediate, as if it were being told directly to his heart, rather than simply read from a page. He turned to the next passage. The Dreaming Tree became a place where the boundaries between what is and what might be grew thin. Those who found shelter beneath its branches often awoke with visions of possibilities, some that would come to pass in the fullness of time, others that existed only in the realm of might have been. Yet all these dreams, whether fulfilled or not in the waking world, added to the tapestry of Middle-earth's becoming. As ages passed and the land changed, the Dreaming Tree, unlike its 6 siblings, did not remain rooted in a single place. It moved as needed, sometimes appearing as a great oak, sometimes as a slender birch, sometimes as a flowering cherry or a sturdy rowan, but always recognizable to those with eyes, to see by the faint starlight that glimmered in its leaves. Mosco's eyelids began to grow heavy, not from boredom but from a deep, peaceful contentment. The story was weaving itself into his consciousness, becoming part of him even as he became part of it. He read on, his voice dropping to a whisper. In the early days of the world, many sought out the dreaming tree, drawn by rumors of its magic, or simply by the feeling of peace that emanated from it like ripples on a pond. Among the first to find it were the elves, newly awakened beneath the stars. They recognized in its gleaming leaves a kinship with the light they loved above all else, and they often gathered beneath its branches to sing songs that would later become the foundations of their oldest tales. The dwarves, too, found the dreaming tree in their wanderings beneath the mountains. Though they were creatures of stone and metal rather than growing things, they respected the ancient power they sensed within its trunk and roots. It was here, it is said, that the greatest of the dwarfsmiths dreamed of the wondrous works they would one day forge. Rings and blades and armor of surpassing beauty and strength. Even the eagles, those proud servants of Manwë, would sometimes circle down from their lofty eyries to perch among the dreaming tree's highest branches. There, they would share visions of the vast landscapes they had surveyed from above, adding these broad perspectives to the tree's growing wisdom. But of all the free peoples who encountered the dreaming tree, none developed such a close bond with it as the halflings, those who would one day be known as hobbits. For while elves and dwarves and men were often consumed with grand designs and mighty works, the halflings appreciated the smaller joys, the taste of fresh berries, the comfort of a warm hearth, the simple pleasure of watching seeds grow into plants that would in turn nourish and delight. This contentment with the small wonders of the world resonated deeply with the dreaming tree, which had chosen to remain small among its towering siblings. And so when the halflings, weary of wandering, sought a place to settle and call home, the dreaming tree guided their steps to the gentle hills and fertile valleys that would become the Shire. Mosco's eyes grew heavier as he read, yet he felt compelled to continue, turning the page to the next passage. Not all dreams brought by the dreaming tree were of joy and wonder. Sometimes it showed darker visions, shadows gathering on distant horizons, ancient evils stirring from long sleep. These dreams served as warnings, preparing those who received them for trials to come. Yet even in the darkest of these visions, there always remained a glimmer of hope, a small light that could not be extinguished. For the dreaming tree had learned, over countless years of witnessing both the sorrows and triumphs of Middle-earth, that hope was the most resilient force in all creation. It had seen kingdoms rise and fall, mountains thrust up from the earth, only to be worn down again by wind and water, seas change their courses, and stars burn out in the heavens above. Through all these changes, great and small, the spark of hope had endured. And the tree had observed that this spark often burned brightest, not in the hearts of the great and powerful, but in the most humble of beings, those who asked for little more than a peaceful life and the chance to tend their gardens, who found joy in good food and good company, rather than in dominion over others. It was this observation that led the dreaming tree to take a special interest in the halflings, recognizing in their simple wishes and unassuming ways a strength that more imposing peoples often lacked. While elves might fade and men might fall to the lure of power, the halflings remained true to themselves, content with their small corner of the world, yet willing to defend it with surprising courage when necessary. The words on the page began to blur slightly, as Mosco's eyelids drooped further. The candle had burned low, casting a warm golden glow that seemed to embrace rather than merely illuminate the ancient book in his hands. Still, he managed to read on, his voice now just a whisper in the quiet hobbit hole. As ages passed, knowledge of the dreaming tree faded from the memories of most who dwelled in Middle-earth. The elves carried some remembrance of it in their oldest songs, though few recalled the true meaning behind the lyrics. The dwarves preserved certain runes that spoke of a wood between worlds, where great inspirations could be found. But these were considered metaphorical rather than literal by all but their most visionary lore masters. Among men, the tree passed into legend, then into children's tales, then was largely forgotten as that race turned its attention to conquest and commerce, and the building of mighty cities. Yet in the Shire, though the hobbits no longer recognized the dreaming tree for what it was, they maintained an unconscious connection to its magic. This connection manifested in many small ways, in the unusual fertility of Shire soil, in the remarkable resilience of its inhabitants in the face of hardship, and the vivid dreams that often came to hobbits, who napped beneath certain old trees on summer afternoons. But perhaps most significantly, it showed in the deep, abiding love that hobbits held for their homeland. Mosco's head nodded forward, the book nearly slipping from his grasp before he caught himself. "Just a bit more," he murmured, turning to the final page of the chapter. "And so it came to be," Mosco read, his voice barely audible even to himself, "that the dreaming tree took up residence in the heart of the Shire, moving from place to place as needed, but always watching over the hobbits who had become, in a way, its chosen people. Not chosen for greatness or glory as the elves might define such things, but chosen for their steadfast appreciation of life's simple pleasures and their remarkable ability to find contentment in a world often fraught with turmoil. In times of trouble, the tree would send dreams to those hobbits with open hearts and curious minds, dreams that might provide guidance or comfort, or simply a reminder of the enduring beauty to be found even in difficult days. These dreams were not always remembered upon waking, but they left their mark nonetheless, like rain that falls during the night to nourish seeds planted in fertile soil. The final paragraph of the chapter blurred before Mosco's eyes as sleep began to claim him. With great effort, he managed to read the last few lines. "And some say that even now, in these latter days when much of the old magic has faded from the world, the dreaming tree still stands somewhere in the quiet corners of the Shire, waiting to be recognized by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. Its lamp still shines on forgotten paths, guiding curious wanderers to wonders hidden in plain sight." The book slipped from Mosco's fingers as he finally surrendered to sleep, drifting into dreams filled with starlight and ancient trees and the gentle sound of Twilight Rose's musical laughter. He awoke the next morning to sunlight streaming through his round windows, feeling more refreshed than he had in years. For a moment, he wondered if his encounter with Twilight Rose and the mysterious lamp had been merely a dream itself. But there on his side table lay the midnight blue book, along with the leaf-wrapped seed cakes and the jar of sunset-coloured jam. Smiling to himself, Mosco prepared a simple breakfast. Fresh bread from the day before, toasted lightly over the revived hearth fire, and spread with a spoonful of the magical jam. It tasted like summer sunshine and laughter, and sweet memories of childhood all at once, bringing tears of joy to his eyes. Throughout the day, as he went about his usual tasks, tending his garden, visiting the market in Bywater for supplies, chatting with neighbours about the weather and local gossip, Mosco found himself noticing small details he had overlooked before: the intricate pattern of veins in a leaf, the complex melody of birdsong, the way sunlight danced on the surface of the Brandywine. The world seemed somehow brighter, more alive, more filled with wonder than it had been before his encounter with Twilight Rose. That evening, several of his hobbit friends stopped by for their regular gathering, a casual weekly tradition where they would share a simple meal, some good pipeweed, and pleasant conversation. Old Tom Cotton was there, along with Hugo Bracegirdle, Lily Proudfoot, and the Bolger twins, Doderick and Ilberic. As they sat around Mosco's table enjoying mushroom pie and October ale, Tom asked casually, "Did you ever go to see that strange lamp I told you about, Mosco?" Mosco hesitated, unsure how much of his adventure he should share. Would his friends think him mad if he told them about the tiny door in the oak tree and the magical being who called herself Twilight Rose? Would they believe in a book with moving silver script that told tales of star trees from the beginning of the world? "I did indeed," he said finally, deciding on a middle path. "Most curious craftsmanship. I've never seen its like before." "Went there myself this morning," Tom replied, puffing on his pipe. "Thought I might take a closer look in the daylight, but there was no lamp to be seen, just the old path same as it's always been." "How strange," Mosco murmured, though he wasn't really surprised. Twilight Rose had said that some things revealed themselves only to those prepared to witness them. Perhaps the lamp, like her door in the oak tree, appeared only to those who needed to see it. "What's that you're smiling about, Mosco?" asked Lily Proudfoot, her sharp eyes noticing the secret smile that had crept onto his face. "Oh, just thinking about how many wonders might be right before our eyes that we never notice," he replied. "The Shire is full of magic if you know where to look." Hugo Bracegirdle laughed heartily at this. "Magic? In the Shire? Next, you'll be telling us you've seen elves dancing in the East Woods or dwarves hiding under toadstools." The others joined in the laughter good-naturedly, and Mosco laughed along with them. Their skepticism didn't bother him. He knew what he had experienced, and that was enough. Later that night, after his friends had departed, and Mosco was alone once more in his cozy hobbit hole, he found himself drawn back to the Midnight Blue Book. As promised in Twilight Rose's jam-induced dreams the night before, he had experienced visions of remarkable clarity and beauty throughout the day. Glimpses of ancient forests where starlight pooled like water in cupped leaves, of mountains that sang deep songs to the sky, of rivers that remembered the first rainfall upon Middle-earth. Settling into his armchair with a cup of chamomile tea, Mosco opened the book to where he had left off. The silvery script shimmered in welcome, seeming almost eager to continue its tale. In the long years of its watchful guardianship over the Shire, Mosco read, "The Dreaming Tree observed many changes in the wider world, beyond the borders of that peaceful land. Kingdoms of men rose and fell like waves upon a shore. Dwarf realms delved deep beneath mountains, flourished for generations, then gradually emptied as their inhabitants sought new veins of precious metals and gems elsewhere. Elven havens that had stood unchanged for millennia began to grow quiet, as their residents increasingly heeded the call to sail west across the sea. Yet through all these transformations, the Shire remained remarkably stable, its gentle rhythms of planting and harvesting, celebrating and resting, continuing with little alteration from one century to the next. This constancy was no accident, but rather the result of the Dreaming Tree's subtle influence, and the natural inclination of hobbits toward peace and simplicity. However, the tree knew that even the Shire could not remain untouched by the currents of change forever. The shadows gathering in distant lands would eventually reach even this quiet corner of Middle-earth, testing the resilience of its inhabitants in ways they could scarcely imagine. And so the Dreaming Tree began to prepare, sending dreams more frequently to those hobbits who showed an openness to receiving them. These dreams were not of danger or doom, for such visions would serve only to frighten rather than strengthen. Instead, they were dreams of courage found in unlikely places, of friendship that endured through trials, of hope that persisted even in the darkest night. The Dreaming Tree wove these themes through the sleeping minds of the Shire folk, like golden threads through a tapestry, subtle yet essential to the whole. Most who received these dreams simply incorporated them into their everyday lives without conscious awareness, becoming perhaps a little kinder to a neighbor in need, a little more willing to share their harvest in lean times, a little braver in facing the small challenges that arose in their peaceful existence. But a few, those with particularly receptive hearts and minds, recognized that their dreams carried meaning beyond ordinary sleep visions. These few began to seek out the source of their dreams, though they knew not what they sought. They would wander the paths and byways of the Shire, especially at twilight, when the boundary between worlds grew thin, hoping for a sign or a glimpse of something magical. Some found their way to ancient trees that seemed to whisper secrets in the rustling of their leaves. Others discovered hidden glens where the flowers bloomed with unusual vibrancy, and the air felt charged with gentle power. A rare few even caught fleeting glimpses of the lamp that marked the presence of the Dreaming Tree in its current location. Yet finding the tree itself, or rather, finding the doorway into its heart where Twilight Rose dwelled, required more than simply stumbling upon the right location. It required a perfect alignment of need and openness, curiosity and courage, wisdom and innocence. Those who sought the tree with purpose too rigid or expectations too fixed would walk right past its door without seeing it, while those who wandered with open hearts and minds might suddenly find it where they least expected. Mosco paused in his reading, thinking about his own encounter. He hadn't been searching for anything magical that night, merely investigating a curious lamp that his neighbor had mentioned. Yet somehow, he had been ready to see the tiny door in the oak tree when it appeared before him. Was it his lifelong curiosity about the small mysteries of the Shire that had prepared him? Or was there something else at work, some quality he possessed without even realizing it? Returning to the book, he continued reading. The Dreaming Tree's influence extended beyond dreams and visions. Over centuries of communion with the soil and waters of the Shire, it had imbued the very land with a subtle enchantment, not the high magic of elven realms that could stop time or conceal entire valleys from unfriendly eyes, but a gentler, deeper magic that nourished both body and spirit. This was why the gardens of the Shire yielded such abundant harvests, why its ales and wines carried flavors that could not quite be replicated elsewhere, why the simple food prepared in hobbit kitchens satisfied in a way that the grandest feasts in the halls of kings sometimes did not. The magic of the Dreaming Tree was present in every loaf of bread baked in a Shire oven, every mug of ale drawn from a Shire barrel, every pipe of leaf grown in Shire soil. And yet, the book continued, for all the blessings it bestowed upon the Shire, the Dreaming Tree asked little in return. It required no worship, no sacrifices, no grand temples built in its honor. It needed only to be remembered, not necessarily by name or through specific rituals, but in the hearts and daily practices of the Shire folk. Each time a hobbit paused to appreciate the beauty of a sunset, each time one shared food and drink with friends and neighbors, each time one told a tale that kept old memories alive, these simple acts honored the Dreaming Tree and strengthened its magic. But as generations passed, fewer and fewer hobbits wandered the quiet paths at twilight or listened to the whispers of ancient trees. The business of everyday life, tending farms, running markets, managing households, gradually took precedence over dreaming and wondering. Not entirely, of course, for hobbits have always maintained a certain openness to simple magic, but enough that the connection between the Shire and the Dreaming Tree began to weaken ever so slightly. Sensing this change, Twilight Rose, who had dwelled within the heart of the Dreaming Tree since before the first hobbit set foot in the Shire, decided that more direct action was needed, and so she began to place the lamp on paths where curious hobbits might notice it, hoping to draw those with receptive spirits closer to the tree once more. Mosco smiled at this, feeling a small thrill of recognition. He had been one of those curious hobbits, drawn by the mysterious lamp to an encounter that had changed his perception of the world around him. The lamp was crafted from the last light of stars long vanished from the sky. He read, preserved within the Dreaming Tree's heartwood for countless ages. Its glow called to something deep within those who saw it. A memory older than conscious thought, a recognition of kinship between all living beings that had originated beneath the same stars at the dawn of creation. Those who followed the lamp's light and found their way to Twilight Rose became carriers of the Dreaming Tree's magic, even if they did not fully understand what they had encountered. They brought back into the everyday life of the Shire a renewed sense of wonder, a deeper appreciation for the magic hidden in ordinary moments, a heightened awareness of the threads that connected all living things in Middle-earth. In this way, the bond between the Dreaming Tree and the Shire was maintained through centuries of change in the wider world. While kingdoms crumbled and alliances shifted, while great battles were fought and mighty artifacts were forged and lost again, the Shire remained a haven of peace and simple joy, protected not by walls or weapons, but by the subtle magic of contentment and the quiet strength of those who find happiness in small pleasures. Mosco turned the page, finding himself drawn deeper into the story with each passage. The book seemed to know him somehow, to speak to questions he had carried in his heart without even realizing they were there. It would be a mistake, however, the text continued, to think that the influence of the Dreaming Tree made the Shire folk immune to the troubles of the world, or incapable of feeling sorrow, anger, or fear. The magic of the tree did not remove these natural emotions, but rather helped the hobbits maintain perspective through difficult times, to remember that even the darkest night eventually gives way to dawn, that winter always yields to spring, that the cycle of growth and renewal continues despite temporary setbacks. This resilience would prove crucial in the times to come, as shadows long dormant began to stir once more in distant lands. The Dreaming Tree, which had witnessed the rise and fall of darkness many times throughout the ages of Middle-earth, sensed the approaching storm before any mortal being perceived it. And so, the tree began once more to send dreams. Not just to hobbits now, but to all the free peoples who might play a role in the coming conflict. To the elves went dreams of ancient memories, reminding them of battles fought and sacrifices made in ages past. To the dwarves went visions of craftsmanship that transcended mere function or beauty to become something greater, works that might aid in the preservation of all they held dear. To men went dreams of courage and nobility, long forgotten in the rush for power and wealth that often consumed their short lives. And to the hobbits, those overlooked by the great powers of the world, deemed too small and insignificant to matter in the grand schemes of kings and wizards. To these humble folk, went dreams of a different sort. Dreams not of glory or power or even of great wisdom, but of steadfastness, of loyalty, of finding strength in the most unexpected places and moments. For the dreaming tree had observed, throughout the long ages of its existence, Mosco read, his eyelids growing heavy once more though he fought to stay awake, that it was often the smallest and seemingly most insignificant beings who proved most resistant to the lure of darkness. Those who desired little were less easily corrupted by promises of power. Those who found joy in simple pleasures were less likely to sacrifice what truly mattered in pursuit of illusory greatness. And so it was that the dreaming tree placed its greatest hope not in the mighty or the wise, but in the humble gardeners and farmers, brewers and bakers of the Shire, those whose connection to the rhythms of the earth remained strong and true, whose hearts remained open to wonder even as their hands remained busy with practical tasks. Among these, the tree sought out those with a particular quality, a balance of contentment with curiosity, of practicality with imagination. These rare individuals could be found throughout the Shire, often living quiet lives that drew little attention. A gardener who spoke to his plants and seemed to understand their whispered replies. A cook whose recipes captured not just flavors, but memories and emotions. A mapper who walked forgotten paths and recorded not just their routes, but the stories they seemed to tell. A collector of tales who preserved the old wisdom in the guise of children's stories. Mosco paused, wondering if he himself was being described in these words. He had always been a collector of tales, recording in his journals the stories told by travellers passing through the Shire, by elderly hobbits remembering days long past, by children whose imaginations sometimes touched upon truths their elders had forgotten. To such individuals, he continued reading, the dreaming tree would occasionally reveal itself more directly, either through particularly vivid dreams or, in rare cases, through an invitation to enter its heart and meet Twilight Rose face to face. These encounters were never accidental, though they might seem so to the hobbits involved. Each meeting was carefully orchestrated by the tree, which could sense when a particular individual might serve as a crucial link in the chain of events that would shape the future. Not that the tree or Twilight Rose ever explained matters in such grand terms to their visitors. They understood that hobbits responded better to simple truths and personal connections than to sweeping pronouncements about destiny or fate. A gift of magical jam, a book of ancient tales, a melody taught that would later resurface in dreams. These small tokens were the tree's way of preparing its chosen messengers for whatever role they might play in the time to come. And what was that role exactly? Not even the dreaming tree, with all its ancient wisdom, could foresee precisely how each thread would weave into the great tapestry of events. It could only plant seeds, seeds of courage, of compassion, of curiosity, of hope, and trust that they would blossom when needed most. This trust was not blind faith, but rather a deep confidence born of observation across millennia. The tree had witnessed countless times how seemingly small actions, a kindness offered to a stranger, a secret kept or revealed at just the right moment, a path taken or not taken based on nothing more than a feeling, could ultimately determine the course of history as surely as the decisions of kings or the spells of wizards. Mosco felt a warm glow spreading through him as he read these words, a sense of connection not just to the dreaming tree and Twilight Rose, but to all the generations of hobbits who had come before him in the Shire, tending their gardens and brewing their ales, and telling their tales beside cozy hearthfires. He was part of something larger than himself, something ancient and enduring, yet still as immediate as the breath in his lungs or the beating of his heart. And so it was, the book continued, that as the time of greatest testing approached, the dreaming tree reached out more frequently to those with open hearts and minds, calling them to remember the old magic that flowed through the Shire like an underground river, unseen but ever present, nourishing all life that drew from it. Some answered this call consciously, seeking out the lamp on twilight paths, or listening more attentively to the whispers of ancient trees. Others responded, without even realizing it, incorporating the tree's gentle guidance into their everyday lives, planting particular herbs in their gardens, singing certain old songs to their children at bedtime, preserving traditional recipes that carried more than mere flavor. In this way, the wisdom of the dreaming tree spread throughout the Shire like ripples on a pond, preparing its inhabitants for challenges they could not yet imagine. not by making them harder or colder or more skilled in warfare, but by strengthening what was already best in them, their love of home and hearth, their appreciation for the beauty in everyday moments, their surprising resilience in the face of hardship, and their fundamental understanding that some things were worth protecting, even at great cost. Mosco turned to the next page, feeling as though he was approaching the heart of the story. The silvery script seemed to pulse more vividly now, the words practically lifting off the page to enter his mind directly. And now, dear reader, the silvery text seemed to address Mosco directly. You who have found your way to these pages, who has seen the lamp and met Twilight Rose and opened your heart to the whispers of the Dreaming Tree, you have become part of this ancient story, another link in the long chain that stretches back to the beginning of Middle-earth and forward into days yet to come. The magic you have encountered is neither grand nor imposing, for true magic seldom announces itself with thunder and lightning. Rather, it is as quiet as the growth of roots beneath the soil, as gentle as dew forming on grass in the pre-dawn hours, as subtle as the first hint of green in a forest, awakening to spring after a long winter. It does not demand attention but invites awareness of the wonder that has always surrounded you, though perhaps you had forgotten how to see it. The Dreaming Tree offers you no quest, no burden to carry, no ring to destroy, or kingdom to reclaim. It asks only that you remember to notice the play of sunlight through leaves, remember to listen to the songs of birds at dawn and the whispers of wind through tall grass, remember to find joy in good food, shared with good friends, remember to pass along the old tales so they will not be forgotten. In remembering these things and sharing them with others, you keep alive the quiet magic that has sustained the Shire through all its long years. You become a guardian not of some great treasure or powerful artifact, but of something far more precious. The simple contentment that has always been the true strength of hobbits, the appreciation for small joys that has made your people resilient in ways that the mighty and powerful can scarcely comprehend. The shadows that gather on distant horizons may indeed reach the borders of the Shire one day. Changes may come that test the foundations of all you have known and loved, but if you hold fast to what matters most, not possessions or power or prestige, but kindness and courage and hope, then you will find within yourself resources you never knew you possessed. For you are a child of Middle-earth, born beneath the same stars that witnessed the world's creation. The same light that shines in the lamp on Dinglepath shines also within you. A small spark, perhaps, compared to the great fires that burn in the hearts of elves, or the fierce forge flames that drive the works of dwarves, but steady and true and remarkably difficult to extinguish. Remember this when night seems darkest. Remember this when the way forward seems unclear. Remember this when others lose heart or succumb to fear or anger. The quiet strength of hobbits has always been underestimated by those who measure power in swords and sorcery, but the Dreaming Tree knows better. It has watched your kind grow from wandering bands to the established, peaceful society of the Shire, has observed your resilience through flood and drought, through harsh winters and times of scarcity, through the occasional intrusions of the outside world into your quiet corner of Middle-earth. And now, as you finish reading these words, know that they are not truly an ending, but rather a beginning. The beginning of seeing your familiar world through new eyes, of recognizing the magic that has always been woven through the fabric of your daily life, of understanding your place in a story far larger and older than any single hobbit's lifetime. The final page of the chapter showed not text, but an illustration. A great tree with branches that seemed to form a protective canopy over a landscape unmistakably the Shire, with its rolling hills and round doors set into grassy slopes, its windmills and gardens, and the distant line of the Brandywine River. At the base of the tree stood a tiny figure that might have been Twilight Rose, and beside her, a hobbit that looked remarkably like Mosco himself. As Mosco gazed at the illustration, his eyelids grew too heavy to keep open. The book slipped from his hands onto his lap, as sleep claimed him completely. His dreams that night were vivid and peaceful. Dreams of walking through the Shire and seeing it as if for the first time, noticing details he had overlooked for years, feeling connected to the earth beneath his feet, in a way he had never experienced before. When morning came and sunlight streamed once more through his windows, Mosco awoke with a sense of profound peace. The midnight blue book lay closed on the table beside his chair, though he had no memory of placing it there. When he opened it, he found that the pages now contained different stories, tales of hobbits from long ago, of the founding of the Shire, of small adventures and quiet heroism that had shaped his homeland into the peaceful haven it now was. And as Mosco went about his day, tending his garden, greeting neighbors, preparing meals, and eventually settling down to transcribe some of these newly discovered tales into his own journal, he carried with him the awareness that had come from his encounter with Twilight Rose and the Dreaming Tree. The world had not changed, but his perception of it had. The Shire was still the same beloved homeland it had always been, but now he could sense the gentle magic that flowed through it like an underground spring, nourishing all who dwelled there. In the days and weeks and months that followed, Mosco often walked Dinglepath at twilight, sometimes finding the mysterious lamp, sometimes not. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of a tiny green door in the trunk of an old oak, or hear the distant sound of silver bells on the evening breeze. And always, he would smile, knowing that he had become part of an ancient story that continued to unfold with each passing day in the quiet, magical realm known as the Shire. Story 3. In the gentle hills of the Shire, where the morning dew sparkled like countless tiny gems upon the lush grass, there lived a hobbit by the name of Bramble Thornberry. His hobbit hole was neither the grandest nor the humblest in Hobbiton, but it possessed a certain charm that made visitors feel immediately at home. Round windows looked out upon a garden where vegetables grew in neat rows, and flowers nodded their colourful heads in the breeze. Bramble was known throughout the Shire for his remarkable talent with plants. It was said that he could coax life from the most stubborn seed and nurse sickly saplings back to health, with nothing more than a few whispered words and careful tending. His garden flourished in all seasons, producing the sweetest berries, the crispest apples and vegetables of such extraordinary size that they became the talk of the market. On this particular autumn morning, as golden leaves drifted lazily from the trees that crowned the hills, Bramble sat on his bench, puffing contentedly on his pipe. The smoke rings he blew danced in the air before dissolving into the crystal-clear blue sky above. His thoughts wandered to the upcoming Harvest Festival, where hobbits from all corners of the Shire would gather to celebrate another year of abundance. "Good morning, Master Thornberry," called a cheerful voice, interrupting his reverie. Bramble looked up to see Poppy Proudfoot, her arms laden with freshly baked bread, the aroma wafting toward him on the gentle breeze. "And a fine morning it is, Miss Proudfoot," Bramble replied with a warm smile. "That bread smells delightful. Mother sent me with a loaf for you," Poppy said, presenting him with a still warm bundle wrapped in linen. "She says it's to thank you for the healing herbs you provided for Father's cough." Bramble accepted the gift with genuine gratitude. The hobbits of the Shire took care of one another in this way, exchanging small kindnesses that wove the community together like the threads of a well-crafted tapestry. As Poppy continued on her way, Bramble's attention was drawn to a peculiar sight at the edge of his garden. Where yesterday there had been only soil, today stood a single flower unlike any he had ever seen. Its stem was silver-grey, slender yet strong, and its petals shimmered with an inner light that shifted between the palest blue and the softest gold as they caught the sunlight. Setting aside his pipe and the bread, Bramble approached the mysterious bloom with cautious curiosity. In all his years of gardening and foraging in the woods beyond the Shire, he had never encountered such a flower. Its presence in his garden, where he knew every plant intimately, was puzzling indeed. As he knelt beside it, the flower seemed to turn toward him, though there was no breeze to move it. Bramble felt a strange sensation, as though the plant was studying him with the same curiosity he felt toward it. "Well now," he murmured, reaching out a gentle finger to touch one shimmering petal. "Where did you come from, little one?" The moment his skin made contact with the flower, a soft voice spoke in his mind, clear as a bell on a winter's morning. "I am a moonlight whisper, a seed carried from the gardens of the elves by a kind wind. I have chosen your garden, Bramble Thornberry, because the songs of your plants speak of your gentle heart and nurturing hands." Bramble drew back his hand in astonishment, nearly toppling backward. A talking flower! In all the tales told around hearth fires on cold winter evenings, he had heard of many wonders beyond the borders of the Shire, but never of plants that could speak directly into one's thoughts. After the initial shock subsided, curiosity overcame his surprise. Tentatively, he touched the flower again. "Fear not, gardener. I bring no harm, only a message and a gift. The world beyond your shire is changing. Old magics stir, and forgotten paths reopen. You have been chosen as a keeper of the green wisdom, an ancient honor bestowed upon those who understand the secret language of growing things." "Me? A keeper of... what did you call it? Green wisdom?" Bramble whispered, conscious that any passing hobbit might think him quite mad, conversing with a flower in his garden. "Yes, for generations the knowledge has slumbered, but now it must awaken once more. On the night of the full moon, come to the old stone circle in the woods beyond the East Farthing. Bring with you a cutting from your oldest plant and water, from the spring that feeds your garden. There, you will meet others like yourself, chosen from different lands." The voice faded, and the flower's glow dimmed slightly. Bramble sat back on his heels, mind racing with questions. He was a simple hobbit who had never ventured far from Hobbiton. The most exciting event in his life had been winning the prize for largest pumpkin at the Harvest Festival 3 years running. Now this mysterious bloom spoke of ancient honors and meetings in stone circles under the full moon. His practical hobbit nature immediately supplied a dozen reasons why he should ignore this strange occurrence. It was probably just a dream, or perhaps he had dozed off while smoking his pipe. Maybe the flower was some kind of trick played by the Took children, who were always full of mischief. Yet, as he rose and made his way back to his bench, Bramble could not shake the feeling that something significant had happened. The flower remained, its otherworldly beauty undeniable in the morning light, and deep within him, a seed of adventure had been planted, one that would prove just as difficult to ignore as the mysterious bloom in his garden. That evening, as Bramble prepared his supper, hearty stew of vegetables from his garden, and a chunk of the fresh bread from the Proudfoot's thoughts kept returning to the Moonlight Whisper's message. The full moon was only 3 nights away. Did he truly intend to venture into the woods at night, based on the words of a flower that spoke into his mind? It seemed absurd when he put it that way. Yet after his meal, he found himself looking through his gardening tools, selecting a small silver pruning knife that had belonged to his father. He cleaned it carefully and set it aside. Then he walked around his garden, considering which plant might be the oldest. There was the rose bush his grandmother had planted when he was just a fauntling, or perhaps the oak sapling, now a strong young tree, that had self-seeded in the corner of his property 40 years ago. "This is foolishness," he told himself, as he filled a small crystal vial with water from the spring that bubbled up near his root cellar. Utter foolishness. But he tucked the vial into his waistcoat pocket, all the same. The next 3 days passed in a curious blend of ordinary routine and extraordinary anticipation. Bramble tended his garden, welcomed neighbors who stopped by for tea, and prepared preserves from the last of the summer berries. Yet all the while, his eyes would drift to the Moonlight Whisper, which continued to bloom with unwavering radiance. Each night, he checked the sky, watching as the moon grew fuller, counting down to the appointed time. On the morning of the 3rd day, Bramble received an unexpected visitor. Gandalf the Grey, a wizard known throughout Middle-earth, appeared at his garden gate, leaning on his staff and regarding Bramble with eyes that twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Good morning," said Bramble, somewhat flustered by the presence of such an illustrious guest. Gandalf was known to pass through the Shire occasionally, but he rarely stopped at individual hobbit holes without purpose. "Indeed it is," replied the wizard, his gaze moving past Bramble to settle on the Moonlight Whisper. "Ah, I see it found you. Excellent, excellent. You know of this flower?" Bramble asked, his surprise evident in his voice. Gandalf nodded slowly, the shadow of his pointed hat bobbing with the movement. "The Moonlight Whisper is rare indeed. It grows only in the gardens of the High Elves, and chooses its keepers with great care." He fixed Bramble with a penetrating look. "It has chosen well, I think." The wizard would say no more about the flower, despite Bramble's questions. Instead, he accepted an invitation for tea and spent a pleasant hour discussing the weather, the upcoming Harvest Festival, and reminiscing about firework displays from years past. Before departing, he paused at Bramble's gate once more. "The old stone circle, at the full moon," he said, though Bramble had not mentioned his intended journey. "Trust your heart, Bramble Thornberry. The road of wisdom often begins with a single step taken in faith." With those words, and a tap of his staff on the garden path, Gandalf strode away, leaving Bramble with even more questions than before. But the wizard's visit had resolved one doubt. The moonlight whisper and its message were real, not a dream or a trick. As dusk fell on the night of the full moon, Bramble found himself standing at the edge of his garden, a small pack slung over his shoulder. Within it were the silver pruning knife, a cutting from the old oak tree carefully wrapped in damp moss, the crystal vial of spring water, and a few practical provisions: a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a small flask of blackberry cordial for courage. "This is most un-hobbit-like," he muttered to himself, as he locked his round door and tucked the key into his waistcoat pocket, wandering off into the woods at night for mysterious meetings. Yet his feet carried him forward, down the winding path that led away from Hobbiton, across the meadows where fireflies were beginning to dance in the gathering darkness, and toward the woods of the East Farthing. The full moon rose like a silver lantern, illuminating his way with a gentle, diffuse light that transformed the familiar landscape into something magical and new. The woods were hushed when he entered them, the nocturnal creatures momentarily silenced by his passage. Bramble followed a narrow trail that wound between ancient oaks and slender birches, their leaves rustling in a breeze he could not feel on his skin. Though he had played in these woods as a child and foraged here as an adult, they seemed different tonai tolder, deeper, filled with watching eyes and whispered secrets. He knew the old stone circle from local tales. It was said to predate even the settlement of the Shire by hobbits, erected by some forgotten people for purposes lost to time. Few hobbits ventured there, finding the weathered monoliths unsettling. But Bramble had always been drawn to the circle, feeling a strange peace among the standing stones rather than the unease reported by others. As he approached the clearing where the circle stood, Bramble saw that it was already occupied. In the moonlight, several figures moved among the stones, some tall and graceful, others short and stout. None appeared to be hobbits. His courage faltered momentarily, and he paused at the edge of the clearing, hidden by the shadow of a large oak tree. "Do not linger in darkness, Bramble Thornberry," called a melodious voice that seemed to dance on the night air. "You are expected and welcome among us." Taking a deep breath, Bramble stepped into the moonlit clearing. The stone circle seemed to pulse with a subtle energy, the ancient monoliths gleaming with a faint, silvery luminescence that matched the light of the full moon overhead. Within the circle stood representatives from various races of Middle-earth. An elf maiden with hair like spun moonlight, her slender form seeming to shimmer between solidity and transparency. A dwarf with a beard braided with tiny glowing crystals, his sturdy frame rooted to the earth like the mountains his people called home. A woman of the race of men, tall and regal, her dark hair adorned with flowers that should not bloom in autumn, yet thrived in her presence. And to Bramble's great surprise, Gandalf, who offered him a reassuring nod. "The circle is complete," said the elf maiden, her voice the same that had called to Bramble from the shadows. "The keepers of the green wisdom gather once more, as was foretold in the time before memory." Bramble clutched his small pack, feeling woefully unprepared and out of place among these dignified beings. Yet when he met their eyes, one by one, he saw no judgment or disdain, only welcome and a shared purpose that transcended differences of race or stature. "But I'm just a simple hobbit," he protested softly. "I know nothing of ancient wisdom or great magic. I only tend my garden and help my neighbors with their ailments using herbs and poultices." The dwarf let out a rumbling chuckle that seemed to vibrate through the very stones beneath their feet. "And what do you think the green wisdom is, if not that very connection to growing things and the healing they bring? Magic need not be grand gestures and blinding light. Often, it is found in the quiet tending of the earth and the gentle nurturing of life." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff gently tapping the earth. "The green wisdom is as ancient as Middle-earth itself," he said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "When the world was young and the first stars kindled in the sky, the Valar blessed certain beings with the ability to hear the whispers of growing things, to understand the slow language of roots and leaves, of seed and blossom." The woman of men nodded, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "I am Eleanor of the Lake People," she introduced herself. "In my homeland, we have long honored those who can speak with plants and coax healing from the simplest herbs. When the moonlight whisper appeared in my herb garden, I too doubted that I was worthy of such an honor. And I am Gimli, son of Gloin," the dwarf said with a formal bow. "My people are known for our work with stone and metal, not living things. Yet among the dwarves there have always been those who tend the underground gardens where we grow mushrooms and pale vegetables. My mother was such a one, and from her I learned to respect the quiet strength of growing things, even those that never see the sun. The elf maiden's voice was like water flowing over smooth stones. I am Aranel of Lothlorien, where the Golden Wood tells stories of ages past to those who have ears to hear. The green wisdom has never truly been lost, but in these changing times, it must spread beyond the boundaries of elven realms if the balance of Middle-earth is to be maintained. Bramble listened in wonder, clutching his small pack that contained his offerings. But why me, he asked. Why now? Because the world is changing, Gandalf replied, his bushy eyebrows drawing together. Shadow gathers once more in distant lands, not a great darkness like times past, but subtle shifts that threaten the delicate balance of living things. The green wisdom is needed to heal wounds that may yet be prevented. Aranel gestured to the center of the stone circle, where a shallow basin of white stone caught the moonlight, filling with a silvery glow. Each of us brings something to this gathering, she said. The gifts you carry were requested for a purpose. One by one, they approached the basin. Eleanor placed in it a handful of seeds, each one different, collected from her travels across the lands of men. Gimli added a small pouch of glittering dust, crushed from crystals that grew in the deepest caverns of the mountains. Aranel contributed 3 golden leaves from the malorn trees of Lothlorien, their edges singing softly as they settled in the basin. When Bramble's turn came, he nervously unwrapped the cutting from his oak tree and placed it beside the other offerings. With hands that trembled slightly, he uncorked the crystal vial and poured the spring water over everything in the basin. The moment the water touched the combined gifts, a soft radiance began to emanate from the basin, neither the harsh white of sunlight nor the pale silver of the moon, but a gentle green glow that reminded Bramble of new leaves unfurling in spring. Now, Gandalf said softly, the pruning knife. Bramble drew out the silver knife that had belonged to his father. It was a simple tool, well used but well cared for, the blade still sharp after decades of service. With this blade, Gandalf instructed, take a cutting from the moonlight whisper that grows in your garden. But I didn't bring, Bramble began, then stopped in amazement. There, growing from the center of the basin where all their gifts mingled, was a perfect replica of the moonlight whisper that had appeared in his garden. Yet this one was even more beautiful, its petals shifting through all the colors of growing things, the deep green of forest shadows, the golden yellow of ripening wheat, the rich brown of fertile soil. With careful precision, Bramble cut a single stem from the magical flower. The moment the blade separated it from the plant, the cutting began to glow with increasing intensity. The light spread up Bramble's arm, wrapping around him like a living vine, then extended to touch each of the other keepers in turn. In that moment of connection, Bramble felt a rush of understanding that transcended words. He sensed the deep patience of the ancient oak in his garden, the joyful exuberance of his tomato plants reaching for the sun, the quiet determination of moss growing on stones. More than that, he felt the connection between all growing things, a vast, intricate web of life that spanned the whole of Middle-earth. When the light faded, the cutting had vanished, but Bramble knew it wasn't truly gone. Somehow, it had become a part of him, its essence merging with his own. The green wisdom is now awakened in you, Aranel said, her eyes reflecting the lingering glow. You will find that your connection to growing things has deepened. Plants will speak to you more clearly, and your hands will bring forth life with greater potency than before. But with this gift comes responsibility, Eleanor added. You must use the green wisdom to heal and protect, to nurture and preserve. The balance of life in Middle-earth depends in part on those who understand the language of growing things. Gimli nodded solemnly. We keepers are scattered throughout the lands, each tending to our own domains, but we are connected by the whisper's touch. In times of need, we can call upon one another for aid and counsel. Gandalf placed a reassuring hand on Bramble's shoulder. Do not be afraid of the changes you will experience, Bramble Thornberry. The green wisdom has always been within you. This ceremony has merely awakened what was sleeping. As the ritual concluded and the moon began its descent toward the western horizon, the keepers shared a simple meal together, passing around Bramble's bread and cheese, dried fruits from Eleanor's pouch, and a flask of clear, refreshing water that Aranel had brought from the springs of Lothlorien. They spoke of their homes and their gardens, exchanging knowledge of plants and growing techniques. Despite their differences in race and background, Bramble found himself completely at ease in their company, united by their shared love of growing things and the newly awakened wisdom that connected them. As the night deepened and stars wheeled overhead, Gandalf suggested they each share a tale of the green wisdom from their own lands. Such stories, he explained, were part of the tradition when keepers gathered, a way of passing knowledge that could not be contained in simple instructions or recipes. Aranel spoke first, her voice melodious as the night breeze through silver leaves. "In the Golden Wood," she began, "there grows a flower we call Leralossi, the summer snow. It blooms only once every 50 years, on midsummer's night, when the stars are at their brightest. Its petals are white as newly fallen snow, yet warm to the touch, and its fragrance brings dreams of peace and healing." She told of an elf child, lost in the depth of winter long ago, who had been guided home by the memory of the Leralossi's scent, the plant reaching across seasons to offer aid when needed most. "The green wisdom teaches us that time flows differently for growing things," she concluded. "What seems fleeting to us may be an age to a mayfly, and what we count as lifetimes may be but a season to an ancient oak." Gimli shifted on his stone seat, the crystals in his beard catching the moonlight as he began his tale. "Beneath the lonely mountain," he rumbled, "in caverns where no sunlight has ever reached, there grows a mushroom we call Durin's lamp. It glows with a blue-green light that brightens when danger approaches, warning miners of cave-ins or bad air." The dwarf recounted how, after a terrible collapse had trapped a group of dwarves in a remote tunnel, the Durin's lamp had grown with unprecedented speed, its light strengthening and guiding rescuers to their trapped kin. "The green wisdom flows even in the darkest places," Gimli said, reminding us that life finds a way, even where it seems impossible. Eleanor's story came from her grandmother, a healer among the lake people. "In the marshes near our home grows a humble reed we call Whisperwind," she said. "Most pass it by without notice, but those with the knowledge know that when dried and woven into a small circlet, it allows the wearer to understand the speech of birds for the space of 1 hour." She told of a time when plague had threatened her people, and her grandmother, guided by the chatter of birds overhead, had found a rare fungus growing on a fallen tree deep in the forest. This fungus, when brewed into a tea, had saved countless lives. "The green wisdom teaches us to listen to all voices," Eleanor said, "even those we might otherwise overlook." When Bramble's turn came, he hesitated, uncertain whether his simple hobbit tales could compare to these wondrous stories. But looking at the expectant faces around him, he gathered his courage and began to speak of Old Noakes, a hobbit from his grandfather's time. "Old Noakes had a way with apple trees like none other in the Shire," Bramble said, warming to his tale. "It was said he could convince a sickly sapling to bear fruit in its first year, or an ancient gnarled tree to produce one last abundant harvest before its time was done." He recounted how, during the fell winter, when he was just a fauntling, when ice and snow had gripped the Shire for months, and food stores were running dangerously low, Old Noakes had ventured out to the ancient orchard on the North Moors. There, it was said, he had spoken to the oldest apple tree in the Shire, a giant that had not fruited in living memory. None know what words passed between Old Noakes and that ancient tree, Bramble said, his voice soft with wonder. But the next morning, the hobbits of Hobbiton awoke to find baskets of perfect sweet apples on their doorsteps enough to see them through until the thaw came. And though many searched, the old tree was never found again. Some say it gave the last of its life force to save the hobbits who had tended its descendants for generations. When Bramble finished his tale, a moment of respectful silence fell over the circle. Then Gandalf nodded, his eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "The green wisdom takes many forms," he said, "but at its heart, it is about connection, the deep bond between all living things, and the responsibility that comes with understanding that bond." The wizard rose to his feet, his grey robes seeming to gather shadows around him. "The hour grows late, and each of you has far to travel. But before we part, there is one more ritual to complete." From within his robes, Gandalf produced 4 small pouches, each one woven from a different material elven silk for Aranel, dwarvish linen for Gimli, sturdy canvas for Eleanor, and hobbit-woven wool for Bramble. "These contain seeds from the heart of Fangorn Forest," the wizard explained, "entrusted to me by Treebeard himself. Plant them where the green wisdom guides you, and they will grow into guardians for your landstrees that will watch and protect." offering shelter to those in need and warning of dangers to come. As Bramble accepted his pouch, he felt a tingling warmth spread through his fingers. The seeds inside seemed to pulse with life, eager to fulfill their purpose. For the first time since receiving the Moonlight Whisper's message, he felt a sense of true belonging in this circle of keepers, understanding that his simple hobbit wisdom was no less valuable than the ancient knowledge of elves or the sturdy practicality of dwarves. The gathering concluded with a blessing spoken in unison, words that seemed to rise unbidden to Bramble's lips, though he had never heard them before, an invocation to the growing powers of Middle-earth, asking for guidance and protection in the times to come. As the first hint of dawn touched the eastern sky, the keepers of the green wisdom prepared to depart, each returning to their own lands carrying new knowledge and renewed purpose. Bramble packed away his belongings, the small pouch of fangorn seeds tucked safely in his waistcoat pocket, nestled beside his pipe, and the key to his hobbit hole. Aranel approached Bramble before they parted, kneeling gracefully so that their eyes were level. "The journey of a keeper is never lonely," she said, "for the plants themselves become your companions. But, should you ever need counsel beyond what the growing things can offer, look to this." She pressed a small object into his palmer leaf brooch of silver and green, fashioned in the likeness of a malorn leaf. "Wear it close to your heart, and should you ever need to reach me, whisper your message to the nearest tree at moonrise. The words will find their way." Eleanor gave him a small pot of salve, its surface dusted with what looked like crushed flower petals. "For wounds that will not heal," she explained, "both of the flesh and of the spirit." From Gimli, he received a curious gifter stone no larger than his thumbnail, yet surprisingly heavy for its size. "Heartstone," the dwarf explained, "mined from the deepest reaches of Khazad-dûm before shadow claimed those halls. Place it in soil that has forgotten how to nurture life, and it will remind the earth of its purpose." With these gifts and the new knowledge awakened within him, Bramble began the journey back to Hobbiton, just as dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of pink and gold. The woods seemed different, no more alive, more aware. He could sense the slow, deep thoughts of the ancient oaks, the gossip of the smaller shrubs, the drowsy contentment of night-blooming flowers preparing for sleep as the sun rose. By midday, Bramble had reached the familiar hills of Hobbiton. His neighbours waved and called greetings as he passed, unaware of the profound changes that had occurred within him during the night. To all outward appearances, he was still the same Bramble Thornbury, hobbit gardener and herbalist, returning from an early morning walk in the woods. As he approached his hobbit hole, he saw that the Moonlight Whisper in his garden had changed. Where before it had been a single bloom, now it had multiplied, creating a small patch of shimmering flowers that nodded in greeting as he passed. They were still unlike any plant native to the Shire, but now they seemed to belong, harmonizing with the roses and marigolds that bordered his garden path. Inside his home, Bramble set down his pack and carefully arranged his new gifts on the mantelpiece above his hearth. The silver leaf brooch, the pot of healing salve, the heartstone, and the pouch of fangorn seeds each, a reminder of the extraordinary night and the new path that lay before him. For several days, Bramble went about his usual routines, tending his garden, visiting neighbours, preparing for the upcoming harvest festival. Yet everything felt different now. The vegetables he pulled from his garden seemed more vibrant, more nourishing. The herbs he gathered for his remedies were more potent, their scents more complex and revealing of their properties. When Daisy Smallbrow came to him complaining of a persistent cough that had troubled her for weeks, Bramble found his hands moving of their own accord, selecting herbs he'd never thought to combine before. The resulting tea cleared her lungs before she'd even finished the cup, leaving her wide-eyed with amazement. "What did you put in that, Master Thornberry?" she asked, her voice clear for the first time in memory. Bramble smiled, unable to explain that the plants themselves had whispered their secrets to him, guiding his hands in their preparation. "Just a special blend," he said modestly. "I'm glad it helped." Word of the miraculous tea spread quickly, as news always did in Hobbiton. Soon, a steady stream of hobbits came to Bramble's door, seeking remedies for ailments both common and unusual. To each, he provided a perfectly tailored solution, guided by the green wisdom that now flowed through him. One evening, as Bramble sat on his bench watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant oranges and purples, he felt a subtle change in the air. A whisper of unease touched his mind, carried on the breeze from the east. The plants in his garden stirred restlessly, their leaves turning as if to look toward the distant mountains. He closed his eyes and reached out with his newfound senses, trying to understand what had disturbed the peaceful equilibrium of the Shire. There, on the very edge of perception, he felt Ita shadow spreading, a subtle wrongness in the balance of growing things. Somewhere beyond the borders of the Shire, something was amiss. That night, beneath the light of the waning moon, Bramble planted one of the fangorn seeds in the center of his garden. He chose the spot carefully, a place where it would have room to grow and where its roots could spread deep into the nourishing soil. A tiny sprout emerged from the soil, unfurling leaves of deepest green that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. As Bramble watched in wonder, the seedling continued to grow, reaching upward with surprising speed. By the time the moon had traversed half the night sky, a sapling stood in Bramble's garden, already as tall as his knee and radiating a sense of watchful presence. "Welcome, guardian," Bramble said softly, touching one of the smooth leaves. "May you grow strong and wise in the soil of the Shire." In response, the young tree rustled its leaves, though there was no breeze, and Bramble felt a sense of acknowledgement, a promise of protection and partnership in the days to come. The days that followed brought a steady rhythm of growth and discovery for Bramble. The guardian tree, which he had named Watchbranch, grew with remarkable speed, reaching the height of his hobbit hole within a fortnight. Its bark was smooth and silver-grey, its leaves a deep, vibrant green that never seemed to dull, even as autumn deepened around it. Birds made their homes in its spreading branches, and small creatures sheltered in the cool shadows beneath it. As Watchbranch grew, so too did Bramble's understanding of the green wisdom. He found he could now identify plants he had never seen before, somehow knowing their names and properties, as if the knowledge had always been within him, merely waiting to be awakened. His garden flourished beyond all expectation, producing vegetables of such size and flavour that they became the talk of the harvest festival. "You must share your secret, Bramble," insisted Farmer Maggot, examining a pumpkin from Bramble's garden that was larger than a hobbit child. "I've been growing pumpkins for 40 years and never seen the like." Bramble smiled and offered some vague advice about soil preparation and the proper phases of the moon for planting, but the true secrethist connection to the green wisdom remained his own. He wasn't certain his neighbours would understand, and Gandalf had cautioned discretion. Some gifts, the wizard had said, were best shared through their benefits rather than through explanation. Yet as the bounty of Bramble's garden enriched the tables of Hobbiton and his herbal remedies brought relief to ailing neighbours, he could not help but feel a growing disquiet. The shadow he had sensed that first evening continued to press at the edges of his awareness, a distant wrongness in the balance of growing things. One crisp autumn morning, as Bramble was harvesting the last of his tomatoes before the first frost, he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his heart, as if a thorn had pierced it. He dropped his basket, the ripe tomatoes rolling across the garden path, and clutched at his chest. But there was no physical wound. The pain was a message, carried through the network of the green wisdom. Closing his eyes, Bramble focused on the sensation, trying to understand its source. Images flashed through his mind: withered crops, blighted trees, a spreading sickness in the soil that left nothing but dust in its wake, and at the center of it all, a dark figure moving through a once fertile valley, trailing decay in its wake. When he opened his eyes, Bramble found Watchbranch's leaves trembling, though there was no wind. The guardian tree had felt it too, the disturbance in the balance, the threat to growing things. That evening, as the sun set and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Bramble took the silver leaf brooch from his mantelpiece and pinned it to his jacket, close to his heart. Then, stepping outside, he approached the nearest oak tree, an ancient sentinel that had stood on the hill above his hobbit hole for generations. Placing his palm against the rough bark, Bramble closed his eyes and whispered, "Aranel of Lothlorien, I seek your counsel. A shadow spreads in the east, bringing blight to the land. The green wisdom within me is troubled." He felt the message travel through the tree, a ripple of energy passing from root to leaf, then outward through the invisible network that connected all growing things. Then he waited, uncertain whether his call would be heard or answered. 3 days later, as Bramble was preparing breakfast in his cozy kitchen, a gentle tapping came at his window. There on the sill perched a bird unlike any he had seen in the Shire silver grey, with a crest of feathers that shimmered like the petals of the moonlight whisper. In its beak, it carried a small scroll tied with a strand of golden thread. Bramble opened the window, and the bird hopped inside, depositing the scroll on his table before settling on the back of a chair, watching him with bright, intelligent eyes. With careful fingers, Bramble untied the thread and unrolled the delicate parchment. The shadow you sense is real. Read the flowing script. A servant of ancient darkness has returned to Middle-earth, bearing seeds of corruption from the pits of Mordor. Already, the lands east of the Misty Mountains suffer from his passage. The Council of the Wise gathers at Rivendell at the full moon to determine what must be done. Your presence is requested, bearer of the green wisdom. Follow the messenger bird, it will guide you safely. The letter was signed with a graceful symbol that Bramble recognized as Aranel's mark, the same pattern etched into the silver leaf brooch. For a long moment, Bramble sat at his table. The letter spread before him, a tumult of emotions churning within his chest. Leave the Shire, journey to Rivendell, the legendary elven sanctuary beyond the wildlands. It seemed an impossible task for a hobbit who had never ventured further than the borders of the East Farthing. Yet, as he considered declining the invitation, his gaze fell upon Watchbranch, visible through his round window. The guardian tree's leaves seemed to glow with an inner light, a reminder of the responsibility he had accepted when he became a keeper of the green wisdom. This was not just about the Shire, but about the balance of all growing things in Middle-earth. With a deep breath and a straightening of his shoulders, Bramble made his decision. He would go to Rivendell, would add his humble hobbit wisdom to the Council of the Wise. But first, preparations had to be made. In the days that followed, Bramble readied himself for the journey. He packed lightly but thoughtful changes of clothing, his pipe and a pouch of long-bottom leaf, a small cookpot, provisions that would keep well on the road. From his garden he gathered seeds and cuttings, each carefully wrapped and labelled, precious samples of the Shire's bounty that might prove valuable in the days to come. To his neighbour, Holman Greenhand, he entrusted the care of his garden and hobbit hole, explaining that he had been called away on family business in distant Buckland. Holman, a keen gardener himself, promised to tend Bramble's plants with all the care they deserved. The morning of Bramble's departure dawned clear and crisp, with autumn frost glittering on the grass and hedgerows of Hobbiton. Before leaving, he visited Watchbranch one last time, placing his hand against the smooth silver bark. "Watch over the Shire while I'm gone," he whispered. "Keep it safe until I return." In response, the guardian tree rustled its leaves in a promise, and a single seed pod dropped into Bramble's outstretched palm. It was unlike any seed he had seen before, silver green and warm to the touch, pulsing gently like a tiny heart. Understanding instinctively, Bramble tucked it carefully into his waistcoat pocket, alongside the remaining fangorn seeds. With his pack secured on his back and a sturdy walking stick in hand, Bramble set off down the path that led away from his hobbit hole. The silver-grey bird circled overhead, sometimes flying ahead, sometimes returning to perch briefly on his shoulder or walking stick, ensuring he kept to the right path. The first day's journey took him through the familiar landscapes of the Shire Hills and peaceful farmlands, harvested fields lying fallow for the winter, and neat hobbit villages, where smoke curled invitingly from chimneys. Whenever he passed through a settled area, Bramble nodded politely to his fellow hobbits but did not linger to chat, conscious of the urgency of his mission and the distance yet to cover. By nightfall, he had reached the borders of the Shire, camping beneath an ancient oak tree whose roots seemed to cradle him as he slept. The messenger bird perched on a branch above, its silver feathers gleaming in the moonlight, keeping watch throughout the night. Morning brought a change in the landscape, as Bramble ventured into lands few hobbits ever visited. The well-tended fields and hedgerows of the Shire gave way to wilder country-rolling hills covered in heather, wind-swept plateaus where ancient standing stones stood sentinel against the sky, deep valleys where mist lingered until midday. On the fourth day, the path led Bramble to a small, swift-flowing stream. The messenger bird flew across, then returned, chirping insistently. Bramble surveyed the water with concern. It was too wide to jump, too deep to wade, and there was no bridge in sight. "Well, this is a fine predicament," he muttered, setting down his pack to consider the options. As he spoke, a movement on the opposite bank caught his eye. From beneath the spreading roots of a willow tree emerged a figure unlike any Bramble had seen before, small and slender, with skin the colour of willow bark and hair like green willow leaves. The figure approached the water's edge and smiled across at Bramble, revealing teeth as white as water lilies. "Greetings, Keeper of the Green Wisdom," called a voice that reminded Bramble of water flowing over smooth stones. "I am Willowheart, guardian of this crossing. The trees have whispered of your coming, and I am here to offer aid." With a graceful gesture, Willowheart touched the surface of the stream. The water responded immediately, drawing back to reveal smooth stepping stones that formed a path across. "The stones will hold firm beneath your feet," Willowheart assured him. "But make haste, they will remain only until the sun touches the peak of that distant hill." Bramble offered heartfelt thanks and crossed the stream, each stone solid and secure beneath his feet, despite the rushing water around them. When he reached the far bank, Willowheart was waiting, eyes bright with curiosity. "It has been many years since a hobbit ventured this way bearing the green wisdom," they said. "The last was a lass, with hair like autumn leaves, who left seeds of blessing in her wake. The trees still sing of her passage." This was news to Bramble, who had never heard tales of another hobbit keeper. "Do you know her name?" he asked eagerly. Willowheart's smile was gentle. "The trees remember her as Sweetberry, though her hobbit name may have been different. She journeyed this way in your grandfather's time, when shadow last threatened the growing things of Middle-earth." Before Bramble could ask more, Willowheart reached into a pouch at their belt and withdrew a small object that gleamed with a soft green light. "Take this," they said, pressing it into Bramble's palm. "A river stone, polished by 1,000 years of flowing water and sung to by willows on nights when the stars were brightest. Should you find yourself in darkness, it will light your way." The stone was cool and smooth in Bramble's hand, its glow pulsing gently in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thanked Willowheart sincerely and tucked the precious gift into his pocket, alongside Watchbranch's seed. As the sun's edge touched the distant hilltop, Willowheart stepped back among the willow roots. "Follow the messenger," they advised as they began to fade from view. "But trust also the wisdom that grows within you. The path to Rivendell is not always visible to the eye, but it will be clear to your heart." With these words, Willowheart vanished, leaving only a faint rustling of willow leaves to mark their passage. The journey continued through increasingly wild terrain. The messenger bird led Bramble along hidden paths and forgotten tracks, sometimes following the contours of the land, other times cutting across open country where the only guide was the bird's unwavering flight. Each night, Bramble made camp in places where the green wisdom felt strongest beneath ancient trees, beside clear springs, or within circles of mushrooms that glowed with subtle phosphorescence in the darkness. In these places, he could feel the invisible network that connected all growing things, drawing strength and comfort from it as he slept. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, Bramble thought he could hear distant voice-songs in languages he did not know but somehow understood, tales of ages past when the world was young, and the first gardens of Middle-earth were tended by hands older than time itself. On the 10th day of his journey, as a pale autumn sun climbed into a clear blue sky, Bramble crested a hill and saw before him a sight that took his breath away. The valley of Rivendell lay spread out like a painting come to life, a hidden sanctuary of graceful buildings nestled among towering pines and cascading waterfalls, golden light catching on roof peaks and delicate spires. The messenger bird circled once above his head, then flew ahead, leading him down a winding path that descended into the valley. As Bramble followed, he felt a change in the air, a lightness, a sense of peace that seemed to wash away the weariness of the journey. Here, the green wisdom thrummed with particular strength, the growing things of Rivendell vibrant, with a health and vigour that spoke of ancient care and deep understanding. At the foot of the path, where it crossed a narrow stone bridge over a rushing river, Aranel waited, her silver hair shimmering in the dappled sunlight. She smiled as Bramble approached, a genuine warmth in her ageless eyes. "Welcome to Imladris, Bramble Thornberry," she said, extending her hand in greeting. "You have travelled far and well. The last homely house east of the sea awaits you." Bramble took her hand, feeling a surge of the green wisdom pass between thema recognition, a sharing of the growth they had both experienced since their meeting in the stone circle. "The journey was long," he admitted, "but not without its wonders. I have seen much that I never expected to see beyond the borders of the Shire." Aranel led him across the bridge, and along a path bordered by flowers that should not bloom in autumn, yet here flourished as if in eternal spring. "The council gathers tomorrow at dawn," she explained. "Today, you must rest and refresh yourself." Lord Elrond welcomes all who bear the green wisdom to his house. The halls of Rivendell were both grander and more welcoming than Bramble had imagined. High ceilings arched overhead, supported by columns carved to resemble the trunks of mighty trees. Windows captured the golden light of the sun, filtering it through coloured glass that cast rainbow patterns on the smooth stone floors. Everywhere, growing things were incorporated into the very structure of the building's vines, trained to form living archways. Small indoor gardens where rare plants flourished, window boxes filled with herbs that filled the air with their soothing scents. A young elf guided Bramble to a chamber prepared for him, not a lofty room designed for the tall folk, but one perfectly sized for a hobbit, with a round door reminiscent of his home in the Shire. Inside, he found a bath drawn with steaming water scented with lavender and mint, clean clothes laid out on a bed that looked irresistibly comfortable after nights spent sleeping on the ground, and a small table laden with food and drink to restore his strength. After bathing and changing, Bramble enjoyed the simple but delicious meal-provided bread, still warm from the oven. Honey golden as sunlight, cheese sharp and flavorful, and fruit so perfectly ripe they seemed to burst with juice at the slightest touch. As he ate, he gazed out the window at the gardens of Rivendell, marveling at the harmony between the natural and constructed elements of the elven sanctuary. That afternoon, Bramble was invited to walk in the gardens with Lord Elrond himself, a tall, grave elf whose eyes held the wisdom of countless ages. They spoke of the green wisdom and of the shadow that had prompted the council's gathering. The servant of darkness who now moves through the lands east of the mountains was once a lawmaster of great renown, Elrond explained, his voice deep and measured. Marlos was his name, and he studied the growing arts in the libraries of Minas Tirith. But knowledge twisted to dark purpose becomes a terrible thing. He seeks now to create a garden of shadows, plants corrupted by the lingering malice of Mordor, twisted to serve his will. What can a simple hobbit gardener do against such a threat? Bramble asked, the enormity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Elrond's smile was gentle, but held confidence. The green wisdom takes many forms, Master Thornberry. The elves have their ancient lore, the dwarves their knowledge of stones that nourish deep roots, the race of men their understanding of crops that feed multitudes. But hobbits, his eyes twinkled with genuine respect, hobbits possess a connection to the simple, fundamental truths of growing things that the other races sometimes overlook in their pursuit of grander knowledge. That evening, Bramble met the other keepers who had gathered for the council gimli, his beard now adorned with tiny blue flowers that complemented the crystals woven through it. Eleanor, her face tanned from journeys through the lands of men, and others he had not met before. A tall, solemn ranger from the north, named Strider, a dwarf woman with intricate braids containing seeds from a dozen different lands. A young man from Gondor, whose hands bore the calluses of one who worked the earth, despite his noble bearing. They shared a meal together, exchanging news of their lands and the signs they had observed of the spreading shadow. Gimli spoke of mountain valleys where once verdant forests had withered overnight, leaving only grey husks behind. Eleanor described fields of wheat transformed into poisonous growths that sickened all who came near. Strider had tracked the path of the corruption, noting how it followed ancient ley lines where the power of the earth ran closest to the surface. Dawn broke over Rivendell in shades of rose and gold, the light catching on dewdrops that hung from every leaf and petal in the gardens. Bramble woke refreshed, the comfortable elven bed having provided the best rest he had experienced since leaving the Shire. After a light breakfast of honey-drizzled porridge and fresh berries, he made his way to the council. The gathering took place in a circular garden pavilion, open to the sky above, yet sheltered by the spreading branches of ancient trees. Seats had been arranged in a circle, with no position elevated above the other physical representation of the equal importance of each keeper's wisdom. Lord Elrond opened the council with words of welcome and grave purpose. "We gather in a time of growing shadow," he said, his voice carrying clearly to all present. The servant Marlos moves through the lands east of the mountains, leaving corruption in his wake. Already the greenwood suffers, and the fields of the Anduin Vale begin to wither. If his progress continues unchecked, all the growing things of Middle-earth may eventually fall under his shadow. Maps were spread upon a table of polished stone, marking the path of the corruption. Strider, the ranger, pointed out the pattern of its spread. "He follows the ancient power lines of Middle-earth," he explained, tracing lines that connected sacred groves, stone circles, and places where the barriers between worlds were thin. Wherever the Earth's power runs close to the surface, he plants his corrupted seeds and establishes nodes of darkness. The dwarf woman, who introduced herself as Inga Stoneheart, added her observations. The corruption runs deep, tainting even the minerals that nourish the soil. Iron turns to rust overnight. Silver tarnishes at a touch, and gold, even gold, loses its luster where his shadow falls. As each keeper spoke, Bramble listened intently, trying to understand how his humble hobbit knowledge could possibly contribute to such weighty matters. When his turn came to speak, he cleared his throat nervously. "In the Shire," he began, "we don't have much experience with great evils or ancient powers, but we do know something about resilience. After hard winters or dry summers that wither our crops, the first thing we do is diversify our plantings. No single blight can destroy a garden with 100 different growing things." To his surprise, Elrond nodded thoughtfully. "Wisdom indeed, Master Thornberry. The strength of the green lies in its diversity, not in uniformity that can be struck down by a single corruption." The council continued through the morning and into the afternoon, each keeper contributing knowledge from their lands and traditions. Gradually, a plan began to take shape, not a direct confrontation with Marlos, which would likely fail, but rather a healing approach, a strengthening of the lands not yet touched by corruption, and a purification of those that had already suffered. "We must each return to our own lands," Aranel suggested, bearing seeds and cuttings from Rivendell's gardens. These plants have been nurtured by elven wisdom for thousands of years, and carry within them the resilience to withstand shadow. "And we should establish new sanctuaries of the green wisdom," added Eleanor, "places where the knowledge can be preserved and shared, even if some lands fall to the corruption." "The remaining Fangorn seeds," Gimli rumbled, stroking his flowered beard, "should be planted at key junctures, creating guardians that can withstand the shadow's advance." As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the pavilion, Lord Elrond rose to his feet. "The council has spoken, and the path is clear. Each keeper will return to their lands bearing hope in the form of Rivendell's blessed plantings. Together, we will weave a network of green wisdom that Marlos cannot easily overcome." That evening, as twilight deepened into night, Bramble wandered through the gardens of Rivendell, his mind full of all he had learned. The responsibility seemed immense for a hobbit who, until recently, had never ventured beyond the borders of the Shire. Yet with each step through the fragrant pathways, he felt his confidence growing, nurtured by the deep peace and ancient wisdom that permeated this elven sanctuary. Beneath a gracefully arched trellis covered in night-blooming flowers, Bramble came upon Gandalf, seated on a stone bench and smoking his pipe. The wizard's eyes twinkled in greeting as he patted the space beside him, inviting Bramble to join him. "How fares the hobbit gardener among the great and wise?" Gandalf asked, blowing a perfect smoke ring that transformed into a butterfly before drifting away on the evening breeze. Bramble sighed, watching the smoke butterfly's flight. "I fear I'm out of my depth, Gandalf. What can the Shire possibly contribute to this great struggle? We're simple folk with simple gardens." Gandalf's chuckle was warm and reassuring. "My dear Bramble, it is precisely the Shire's simplicity that makes it valuable. The hobbit's deep love of growing things, uncomplicated by grand ambitions or ancient grievances, may prove to be the most powerful weapon against the shadow." He tapped his pipe against the stone bench, emptying the ashes into his palm where they glowed briefly before he scattered them among the flowers at their feet. "Remember, the mightiest oak begins as a humble acorn, vulnerable to any passing beast or change in weather. Yet within that acorn lies all the potential and resilience needed to withstand centuries of storm and drought." Bramble nodded thoughtfully, like the Fangorn seeds we were given. "Precisely," Gandalf agreed. "Small beginnings often lead to the greatest changes in the world. Never doubt the importance of your role in this tale, Bramble Thornberry. The green wisdom chose you for a reason, and the gardens of the Shire may yet play a crucial part in preserving the beauty of Middle-earth." The following morning, Bramble wandered through Rivendell's gardens one last time, gathering seeds and cuttings under the guidance of elven gardeners who had tended these grounds since the elder days. Each plant was carefully selected for its resilience, its healing properties, or its ability to purify soil tainted by darkness. These will thrive in the Shire's rich earth, said an ancient elf whose hands moved among the plants with the gentleness of a mother cradling a newborn. And this, she handed Bramble a small silver box containing seeds so tiny they looked like grains of dust, should be planted around Watchbranch when you return. The silver moonflowers will complement the guardian tree's protective presence. By midday, Bramble's pack was filled with precious botanical treasures, each wrapped in special cloth that would keep them viable during the long journey home. Lord Elrond himself presented Bramble with a final gifter small crystal phial containing clear liquid that caught the light like captured starlight. "Water from the fountains of Rivendell," Elrond explained. "Use it sparingly, for it carries the blessing of Ulmo, Lord of Waters, and can bring life to the most barren soil. A few drops will be enough to awaken the potential in any seed or cutting." Gandalf would accompany Bramble for the first leg of the journey back to the Shire, their path taking them northwest through lands still untouched by the spreading corruption. The other keepers were also preparing to depart, each heading to their own realms with similar precious cargo hope, in the form of living things that could withstand and eventually overcome the shadow. As they said their farewells in the courtyard of the last homely house, Aranel embraced Bramble warmly. "We will meet again," she promised, "when the network of the green wisdom is strong enough to push back the darkness. Until then, may the growing things of the Shire flourish under your care." The journey homeward seemed swifter than the outward path had been, perhaps because Bramble's heart was lighter now that he understood his purpose. The green wisdom within him had deepened during his time in Rivendell, allowing him to sense the health of the lands they passed through with greater clarity than before. Gandalf proved an entertaining travelling companion, full of tales and songs that made the miles pass quickly. In the evenings, as they sat beside their campfire, the wizard would sometimes fall silent, his gaze turned eastward, a shadow of concern crossing his weathered face. But when Bramble would inquire, Gandalf would merely shake his head and say, "The shadow moves, but so do we, each in our own way weaving the tapestry of resistance." When they reached the borders of the Shire, Gandalf bid Bramble farewell. "I must journey south to consult with Saruman the White," the wizard explained, "but I will return to the Shire before winter's end to see how your plantings fare. Remember all that you have learned, Bramble Thornberry. The green wisdom has chosen well in you." Bramble's return to Hobbiton caused a stir among his neighbours, who had begun to wonder at his prolonged absence. He satisfied their curiosity with tales of visiting distant cousins in Buckland and learning new gardening techniques, which was not entirely untrue. Holman Greenhand had kept Bramble's garden well tended in his absence, though the Hobbit gardener's eyes widened with amazement when he saw Watchbranch, which had nearly doubled in size during the weeks Bramble had been away. "That's no ordinary tree, Mr. Thornberry," Holman said, shaking his head in wonder. "It seems almost aware, if you take my meaning." In the days that followed, Bramble began the careful work of integrating his precious cargo from Rivendell into the Shire's ecosystem. Some seeds he planted in his own garden, others he shared with fellow gardeners throughout Hobbiton and beyond, always with specific instructions for their care. Around Watchbranch, he planted the silver moonflower seeds, using a few precious drops from Elrond's phial to water them. That very night, they sprouted and bloomed, their petals glowing with a gentle luminescence that kept the darkness at bay. Bit by bit, Bramble established his own network of green guardianship throughout the Shire. The remaining Fangorn seeds were planted at key locations, the boundaries where the Old Forest approached Buckland, the northernmost point of the Shire where it met the Wildlands, and the spot where the Great East Road crossed into the Shire from the Barrow Downs. As winter settled over the land, bringing short days and long nights when frost painted delicate patterns on every window, Bramble took to writing down all he had learned of the green wisdom. His book, bound in green leather and titled simply Notes on Growing Things, contained knowledge that might someday prove crucial to future keepers, should the shadow ever reach the borders of the Shire. On midwinter's night, as snow fell gently outside his window and a cheerful fire crackled in his hearth, Bramble felt a stirring of the green wisdom within him. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his senses, following the invisible network that connected all growing things. There, at the edges of his awareness, he could feel the other keepers doing the same. Aranel in Lothlorien, Gimli in his mountain halls, Eleanor among the lake people. Though separated by many leagues, they were united in purpose, each tending their corner of Middle-earth with care and wisdom. And beyond them, faint but undeniable, was the shadow of Marlos and his corrupted garden. It moved still, spreading its taint through lands Bramble had never seen. But where it met resistance places, where the green wisdom had taken root, its progress slowed, and sometimes halted altogether. Bramble opened his eyes, a smile of quiet determination on his face. The battle would be long, perhaps spanning generations. But in his small corner of the world, in the simple gardens of the Shire, hope grew steadily stronger with each passing day. And that, for a hobbit gardener turned keeper of the green wisdom, was enough. Story 4. In the gentle rolling hills of the Shire, where the soft morning mist clung to the dewy grass and the first light of dawn painted the sky in delicate hues of pink and gold, there lived a hobbit named Bilberry Bramblefoot. Unlike many of his kin who preferred the comforts of their cozy hobbit holes and well-stocked pantries, Bilberry harboured a quiet fondness for wandering the lesser-known paths of the Shire in the tranquil hours when most hobbits were still nestled in their warm beds. Bilberry's hobbit hole was nestled beneath an ancient oak tree, whose roots formed natural shelves along his earthen walls. These shelves held his most treasured possessions: maps sketched on parchment, curious stones collected from the banks of the Brandywine River, and several books gifted to him by Gandalf during the wizard's infrequent visits. The most precious of these was a leather-bound journal with yellowed pages filled with tales and legends of the Shire. Stories passed down through generations of hobbits, but seldom spoken of in recent times. On this particular autumn morning, as the golden leaves drifted lazily from the branches above his round green door, Bilberry sat in his favourite armchair beside a gently crackling fire. The flames cast a warm, flickering light across the pages of the ancient journal as he turned them with careful fingers. His eyes widened as he discovered a tale he had never noticed before: the slumbering hills of the East Farthing. The story spoke of rolling hills in the easternmost part of the Shire that were said to possess a peculiar magic. According to the tale, these hills were home to dreams themselves, and hobbits who spent a night sleeping upon them would experience the most wonderful and restful slumber imaginable. More curiously still, they would wake with the gift of pleasant dreams for many nights afterward. Bilberry sipped thoughtfully from his cup of chamomile tea, the steam rising in gentle curls before his face. He had walked many paths throughout the Shire, but he could not recall ever hearing spoken mention of these slumbering hills. Perhaps, he thought, they had been forgotten over time, or perhaps they were merely a fanciful legend. Either way, the idea of finding them stirred a familiar sense of curiosity within his heart. As the morning sun climbed higher in the sky, Bilberry packed a small bag with essentials for his journey: a woolen blanket for the cool autumn nights, a water skin, some seed cakes and dried apples, and of course, the journal containing the mysterious tale. He closed his round green door behind him, the familiar weight of his walking stick in his hand, bringing comfort as he set off along the winding dirt path that led away from Hobbiton. The day was perfect for walking. Not too warm, not too cool, with a gentle breeze that carried the scent of ripening apples and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Bilberry followed the east road, nodding politely to the few hobbits he passed, though he offered no explanation for his journey. By midday, he had passed through Bywater and was approaching the Green Hill country, where the landscape began to change subtly. The well-tended gardens and fields gave way to wilder meadows dotted with late-blooming wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. As afternoon mellowed into evening, Bilberry found himself in less familiar territory. The East Farthing was known for its rolling farmlands and scattered copses of trees, but as he continued eastward, the hills seemed to grow more pronounced, rising and falling in gentle waves that reminded him of a slumbering body beneath a blanket of green. The setting sun cast long shadows across the landscape, and Bilberry began to consider making camp for the night. Just as he was about to settle beside a small bubbling brook, he noticed something peculiar about a hill in the near distance. Unlike the others around it, this hill seemed to shimmer slightly in the fading light, as though tiny stars were woven into the very grass that covered it. With renewed energy, Bilberry approached the hill. As he drew closer, he felt a curious sensation washing over him, a peaceful drowsiness, unlike anything he had experienced before. The air around the hill seemed warmer, more comforting, and carried a sweet scent reminiscent of the lavender that grew in his garden at home. Could it be, he whispered to himself, his voice barely disturbing the tranquil air, have I found one of the slumbering hills? He climbed the gentle slope, each step feeling lighter than the last. At the summit, he found a flat area that seemed almost perfectly designed for a weary traveller to rest. The grass here was softer than any bed he had slept in, and as he laid out his blanket and sat upon it, he felt as though the hill itself welcomed him. The stars began to appear in the darkening sky above, twinkling like distant lanterns guiding travellers home. Bilberry lay back, his hands folded across his chest, and felt the day's journey melting from his tired limbs. The gentle rise and fall of the hill beneath him almost felt like the breathing of a great, benevolent being, lulling him towards sleep. As Bilberry drifted into slumber upon the enchanted hill, the boundary between waking and dreaming seemed to dissolve like morning mist beneath the summer sun. His consciousness floated gently into a realm of dreams, unlike any he had experienced before. These were not the usual fragmentary images or nonsensical scenarios that typically filled a hobbit's sleeping mind. Instead, Bilberry found himself walking through memories and visions so vivid and clear that they might have been reality itself. He dreamed first of his childhood in the Shire, reliving moments of simple joy, the taste of his mother's blackberry tarts fresh from the oven, the cool splash of the Brandywine River against his feet on hot summer days, the comforting sound of his father's deep voice reading tales by the hearth on winter evenings. These memories carried with them not just images, but sensations, scents, and emotions that wrapped around Bilberry like a warm blanket. Then the dream shifted, and Bilberry found himself walking along unfamiliar paths through ancient forests, where the trees whispered secrets to one another in a language just beyond his understanding. Though he had never ventured beyond the borders of the Shire in his waking life, in this dream realm he wandered fearlessly through landscapes of breathtaking beauty, crystal caves illuminated by glowing fungi, meadows where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, mountain peaks that seemed to touch the very stars. Throughout these dream wanderings, Bilberry never felt alone. Though he encountered no other beings, there was a constant sense of benevolent presence surrounding him, as though the very earth and sky watched over his journey with gentle attention. It was the same feeling he had experienced upon first approaching the slumbering hill, but deeper now, more profound. When morning came, Bilberry awoke to find dew sparkling on the grass around him, catching the first rays of sunlight like countless tiny diamonds. He sat up slowly, expecting to feel the usual stiffness that came from sleeping outdoors, but instead found himself refreshed and invigorated, as though he had spent the night in the most luxurious of beds. The dreams of the night before remained clear in his mind, not fading as dreams usually did, but staying vivid and detailed as any waking memory. "Extraordinary," he murmured, running his fingers through the soft grass beside him. The tales were true after all. After a simple breakfast of seed cake and water from his skin, Bilberry consulted the old journal again. The account of the slumbering hills mentioned not one hill but 7, each offering a different kind of dream experience to those who slept upon them. The Hill of Memories was but the first. The others promised dreams of wisdom, courage, healing, creativity, peace, and one simply called the Hill of Deep Dreaming, about which the journal was curiously silent. Intrigued by what other experiences might await him, Bilberry decided to continue his exploration. He packed his belongings and descended the hill, feeling somehow that he knew which direction to take next, though the journal offered no map. It was as though the Hill of Memories had awakened some dormant sense within him, an intuition that guided his steps eastward, across a shallow valley, toward another hill that rose against the horizon. This second hill appeared much like the first at a distance, a gentle, inviting slope of green grass. But as Bilberry approached, he noticed subtle differences. While the Hill of Memories had been dotted with small white flowers resembling stars, this hill was covered in plants he recognized as sage and rosemary, their aromatic scent filling the air around him. The feeling that emanated from this place was not the nostalgic warmth of the first hill, but something clearer, sharper, a sense of awareness and understanding. The Hill of Wisdom, Bilberry said to himself, certain of it without needing to consult the journal again. He spent the day exploring the surrounding area, gathering some of the herbs that grew in abundance and brewing a fragrant tea over a small fire. As he sipped the soothing liquid, he felt his mind becoming extraordinarily clear, as though a window had been wiped clean of dust and grime. Questions that had long puzzled him suddenly seemed to have obvious answers, and connections between seemingly unrelated ideas revealed themselves with perfect clarity. When evening fell, Bilberry once again prepared his simple bed atop the hill. This time, he had a sense of what to expect as he lay down beneath the emerging stars, though he wondered how dreams of wisdom might differ from the dreams of memory he had experienced the night before. 7 hills, 7 nights, he whispered as his eyelids grew heavy. I wonder what secrets the others might hold. Sleep came quickly, drawing him down into its depths with gentle but irresistible force. This time, Bilberry did not dream of walking through landscapes real or imagined. Instead, he found himself seated in a circular chamber whose walls seemed to be formed of living light. Before him stood figures from tales and legends, elves with ancient eyes full of starlight, dwarves with beards braided with gold and silver, wizards whose gaze seemed to penetrate to the very core of his being. These figures did not speak to him with words, but rather seemed to communicate directly into his mind, sharing knowledge that unfolded within him like flowers opening to the morning sun. They showed him visions of the history of Middle-earth, not just the events recorded in books and songs, but the subtle connections between them, the patterns that repeated across centuries, the quiet moments of choice and chance that had shaped the destiny of entire peoples. Bilberry learnt of the music of the Ainur that had shaped the world in its beginning, of the first awakening of elves beneath the starlight, of the rise and fall of mighty kingdoms long before hobbits had wandered into the gentle lands of the Shire. He saw how small kindnesses could echo through generations, and how seemingly inconsequential choices could alter the course of history. Most wonderfully, he began to understand his own place in this great tapestry. Small perhaps, but no less significant for its size. When Bilberry awoke the next morning, his mind felt both expanded and settled, as though knowledge that had been scattered and fragmented within him had been gathered and arranged with loving care. He spent much of the day sitting atop the Hill of Wisdom, writing in his own journal, capturing as much as he could of what had been revealed to him. Though he knew that not all could be preserved in words, the act of writing helped to anchor the wisdom more firmly in his waking mind. By mid-afternoon, Bilberry felt ready to continue his journey. The 3rd hill awaited him, visible now on the horizon, a slightly steeper mound topped with what appeared to be a circle of standing stones. As he walked toward it, Bilberry noticed that his usual hobbit wariness of adventures and unknown territories seemed to have diminished. Perhaps it was the influence of the dreams he had experienced, or perhaps simply the peaceful nature of this hidden corner of the Shire. But he felt uncharacteristically bold as he approached the Hill of Courage. The standing stones were smaller than they had appeared from a distance, none taller than a hobbit's height, arranged in a perfect circle at the summit. As Bilberry passed between 2 of the stones, he felt a curious sensation, a tingling warmth that spread from his chest to his fingertips, as though some dormant strength within him had been awakened. The fear that had occasionally shadowed his solitary wanderings seemed suddenly trivial, a thing of smoke easily dispersed by the slightest breath of wind. Bilberry spent the remainder of the daylight hours exploring the Hill of Courage. He discovered a small cave in its eastern face and ventured inside without hesitation, finding nothing more threatening than a family of sleeping bats. He climbed the tallest of the standing stones, balancing precariously on its flat top to gaze out across the landscape, spotting the remaining 4 hills spread out before him like a constellation upon the earth. As twilight deepened into night, Bilberry made his bed within the circle of stones. The stars seemed particularly brilliant here, their light cascading down to pool around him like liquid silver. He fell asleep with a smile upon his face, eager for the dreams of courage that awaited him. In these dreams, Bilberry found himself facing challenges that would have terrified his waking self, crossing bottomless chasms on bridges of gossamer, confronting creatures of shadow with nothing but a small lantern in his hand, speaking truth to power in the courts of mighty kings. In each scenario, he discovered resources within himself that he had never suspected. Not just bravery in the face of danger, but resilience, determination, and a deep well of inner strength that could not be depleted. Most remarkably, these dream trials did not feel like tests or ordeals, but rather like opportunities to discover aspects of himself long hidden beneath layers of hobbit propriety and caution. By the time dawn broke and Bilberry opened his eyes to greet the new day, he felt transformed, not into something other than a hobbit, but into a truer version of himself, one who understood that courage was not the absence of fear, but rather the willingness to act in spite of it. Bilberry broke his fast with the last of his seed cakes and refilled his water skin at a clear spring he discovered on the northern slope of the hill. As he prepared to depart for the fourth hill, a gentler mound carpeted in what appeared to be flowers of every colour, he noticed something moving at its base. Shading his eyes against the morning sun, he made out the unmistakable figure of another hobbit, the first person he had seen since beginning his journey through the slumbering hills. Curiosity mingled with his newfound courage, spurring Bilberry forward at a brisk pace. As he approached, he saw that the other hobbit was an elderly female, with silver curls escaping from beneath a faded blue bonnet. She was gathering flowers with careful hands, placing them in a woven basket at her feet. Something about her movements suggested both great age and remarkable vitality, as though she had discovered some secret to carrying the weight of years lightly. "Good morning," Bilberry called as he drew near, raising a hand in greeting. The elderly hobbit straightened, shading her eyes with one hand as she turned to face him. Her face was a map of fine wrinkles, each one seemingly etched by laughter rather than sorrow, and her eyes were a remarkable shade of violet that Bilberry had never seen before among the folk of the Shire. "Good morning indeed, young wanderer," she replied, her voice melodious despite its age. "It's been many a year since I've encountered another soul in these hills. What brings you to this forgotten corner of the Shire?" Bilberry explained about finding the old journal and his curiosity about the slumbering hills, about the dreams of memory and wisdom and courage he had already experienced. As he spoke, the elderly hobbit nodded occasionally, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "You've found 3 of the 7, then," she said when he had finished. "And now you stand before the Hill of Healing. I am Lavender Proudfoot, by the way, though most who know me simply call me Old Lav. Bilberry Bramblefoot, at your service," he replied with a small bow. "Do you live nearby, Mistress Lavender?" The old hobbit laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "I live everywhere and nowhere, Master Bramblefoot. These hills have been my home for longer than you might guess. But come, let us walk together to the summit. The flowers are particularly potent today, and I think you'll find them most beneficial." As they climbed the gentle slope of the hill, Bilberry noticed that the multitude of flowers grew more numerous and varied with each step. Some he recognized: chamomile, echinacea, calendula, but many others were strange to him, with unusual shapes and colors that seemed almost to shimmer as they moved in the breeze. These plants, Lavender explained as they walked, carry healing properties beyond what any herbalist in the Shire might understand. They don't merely treat ailments of the body, but can mend wounds of the spirit that might otherwise never heal. I gather them to make tinctures and teas for those in need, though fewer and fewer seek such remedies these days. At the summit, they sat together upon a patch of soft moss, surrounded by blooms of every description. The scent was intoxicating, not overwhelming but complex and ever-changing. One moment reminiscent of summer roses, the next of fresh pine, then shifting to something entirely unfamiliar yet deeply comforting. "You carry old hurts, Bilberry Bramblefoot," Lavender said softly, her violet eyes seeing more than he was comfortable revealing. "Not in your body, perhaps, but in your heart. The death of your parents when you were still young, the loneliness that has shadowed you since, the feeling that you somehow don't quite fit among your fellow hobbits despite your love for the Shire." Bilberry stared at her in astonishment. "How could you possibly know these things?" She smiled gently. "The hill reveals what needs healing. It always has. Here, drink this." From her basket, she produced a small clay cup and filled it with water from a flask at her side. Into the water, she crumbled petals from several of the surrounding flowers, stirring the mixture with her finger while humming a melody that seemed to resonate with something deep in Bilberry's chest. The liquid in the cup turned a soft blue, then pink, then a gold so bright it seemed to glow from within before settling into a clear, colourless state that might have been mistaken for plain water if not for the lingering luminescence that danced just below its surface. "Drink," Lavender repeated, "and then rest here tonight. The dreams of the Hill of Healing will do what they must." Bilberry took the cup with slightly trembling hands and drank the contents in a single swallow. The liquid was cool and refreshing, tasting faintly of honey and mint with undertones of flavors he couldn't identify. Almost immediately, a profound sense of peace washed over him, as though a tension he hadn't even been aware of had suddenly released. "Rest now," Lavender said, her voice seeming to come from very far away. "I will watch over you until the dreams take hold." Bilberry lay back among the flowers, their gentle fragrance enveloping him like an embrace. The last thing he saw before sleep claimed him was Lavender's face, serene and wise, backlit by the afternoon sun like a halo of golden light. The dreams of healing came not as narratives or adventures, but as a series of gentle encounters with his own past. Bilberry found himself revisiting moments of pain and loss, but now he was not alone in facing them. Sometimes Lavender was there, sometimes figures from his earlier dreams, sometimes beings of pure light and warmth that defied description. Each painful memory was acknowledged, honored, and then transformed, not erased but reframed in a wider context of meaning and purpose. The grief of losing his parents, which had been a cold stone in his heart for so many years, was gently warmed until it softened into gratitude for the love they had given him in their time together. The sense of not belonging, of being somehow different from other hobbits, was revealed not as a flaw, but as a gift, a capacity to see and experience the world in ways others might miss. When Bilberry awoke the next morning, he found himself alone. Lavender Proudfoot had vanished, though her presence lingered in a small cloth bundle of dried flowers placed beside his head, tied with a violet ribbon. A note in elegant, flowing script read simply, "For when ordinary dreams need a touch of the extraordinary, use sparingly." He sat up, tucking the precious gift into his pack, and was immediately struck by how different he felt. There was a lightness to his being, as though some invisible burden had been lifted from his shoulders during the night. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds clearer, and the very air tasted sweeter as he breathed deeply of the morning. The Hill of Healing had lived up to its name, mending wounds within him that he had carried for so long he had forgotten what it felt like to be without them. After a simple breakfast of the last provisions from his pack, he would need to forage for food soon. Bilberry consulted the old journal once more. The fifth hill, according to the faded text, was the Hill of Creativity, where dreamers would find inspiration beyond their wildest imagination. Looking up from the pages, he spotted it easily now, a perfectly rounded mound topped with a single enormous oak tree, its branches spreading like protective arms over the summit. The walk to the fifth hill took him through a small wooded valley where he was delighted to discover wild berry bushes heavy with fruit and mushrooms that he recognized as safe and delicious. He filled his pack with these treasures, along with some wild herbs that would complement them nicely. By midday, he had reached the base of the Hill of Creativity. Unlike the previous hills, this one had a clearly defined path spiraling upward, marked on either side by curious objects. Stones painted with intricate designs, small sculptures fashioned from twigs and leaves, fragments of poetry carved into wooden plaques. As Bilberry followed this winding trail, he found himself humming melodies he had never heard before, his mind filling with images and ideas that seemed to bubble up from some previously untapped source within him. The great oak at the summit was even more impressive up close, ancient beyond reckoning, with a trunk so wide that 10 hobbits holding hands could not have encircled it. Its bark was etched with symbols and images from countless visitors over the centuries, each adding to the living record of inspiration found here. At its base lay cushions of soft moss, creating a natural seat that seemed to invite rest and contemplation. Bilberry settled himself against the trunk, feeling the gentle pulse of life within the mighty tree against his back. He took out a small notebook and pencil that he carried for his nature observations and began to sketch. First the valley he had traversed, then the other hills as he had seen them from various vantage points, and finally, without quite knowing why, scenes from his dreams of the previous nights. His hand moved across the page with a sureness he had never experienced before, capturing not just the appearance of things, but somehow their essence as well. As the sun began to set, casting long golden rays through the branches of the oak, Bilberry prepared a small meal from the provisions he had gathered. The taste of the berries and mushrooms seemed enhanced somehow, each flavor distinct, yet harmonizing with the others in perfect balance. After eating, he leaned back against the tree once more, watching as the first stars appeared in the deepening blue of the evening sky. Sleep came gently, a transition so smooth that Bilberry was hardly aware of the moment when wakefulness gave way to dreaming. In these dreams, he found himself in a realm of pure creation, a place where thoughts took form as soon as they were conceived, where colors existed that had no names in any language of Middle-earth, where music was visible and poetry could be tasted upon the tongue. Here, Bilberry discovered creative gifts he had never suspected he possessed. He composed symphonies of birdsong and whined through leaves, painted landscapes with light and shadow rather than pigment, and wrote stories that unfolded like living things, growing and changing with each word. There were others in this realm as well. Elves whose songs had shaped mountains, dwarves whose carvings captured the very spirit of stone, and men whose tales had become legend. They welcomed Bilberry as a fellow artist, sharing their techniques and visions freely, delighting in his uniquely hobbit perspective on beauty and meaning. When dawn broke and Bilberry opened his eyes, his mind was filled with creative energy that demanded expression. He spent the morning beneath the oak, writing and sketching feverishly, trying to capture at least a fraction of what he had experienced in his dreams. Though he knew that much of it was beyond the capacity of pencil and paper to record, the act of creation itself was deeply satisfying, connecting him to the dreams in a tangible way. By midday, Bilberry's hand was cramped from writing and drawing, and his stomach reminded him that creativity required sustenance. After another meal of forage delicacies, he reluctantly prepared to leave the hill of creativity behind. The sixth hill awaited, a smooth, dome-shaped elevation covered in soft grass that seemed to shimmer with a silvery light even under the bright sun. The journey to the sixth hill took Bilberry through a gentle meadow where butterflies danced among wildflowers and bees hummed drowsily as they collected nectar. The air was perfectly still, without even the slightest breeze to ruffle the grass, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility that seemed to deepen with each step he took toward the silvery dome ahead. As he drew closer, Bilberry noticed that the usual sounds of nature, birdsong, rustling leaves, the scurrying of small creatures, gradually faded until he was walking in a silence so complete it felt almost like a physical presence enveloping him. Yet, rather than being eerie or uncomfortable, this silence felt like a blessing, a respite from the constant background noise that he had never fully noticed until its absence. At the base of the Hill of Peace, Bilberry paused to remove his pack and his shoes, feeling instinctively that this ground was somehow sacred. The grass beneath his bare feet was cool and impossibly soft, yielding like the finest velvet as he began to climb. With each step, he felt a growing sense of serenity washing over him, smoothing away the last lingering traces of worry or hurry that might have clung to his mind. Halfway up the slope, Bilberry encountered a circle of smooth white stones arranged in a perfect ring. Within this circle, the quality of the silence changed subtly, deepened, perhaps, or became more resonant, as though the very air had been purified of any discordant elements. He stepped carefully between two of the stones and immediately felt the change as a gentle pressure against his skin, like being immersed in clear, still water. At the summit, Bilberry discovered a small pool of water so perfectly still that it reflected the sky above like a flawless mirror. The surface was undisturbed by even the slightest ripple, despite the lack of any visible barrier that might have protected it from the elements. Surrounding the pool was a ring of white sand, fine as powder and arranged in intricate patterns that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles. Bilberry settled himself on the sand, his back straight but relaxed, facing the mirrored surface of the pool. Something about this place invited a kind of stillness that he had never quite achieved before, a quieting not just of the body but of the mind as well. As he gazed into the pool, his reflection gradually dissolved, replaced by a deep blue emptiness that seemed to extend infinitely downward. Time lost its meaning as Bilberry sat in this perfect stillness. The sun crossed the sky, shadows lengthened, and stars began to appear, all without him feeling any desire to move or speak or do anything at all. It was not that he was frozen or entranced. He was simply completely at peace, content to exist in this moment without reaching for the next. When sleep finally came, it was less a falling away from wakefulness and more a deepening of the peace he had already found. The dreams of the sixth hill were unlike any he had experienced before, not narratives or visions but states of being, each more profound than the last. He dreamed of becoming a mountain, ancient and unmovable, watching centuries pass like moments. He dreamed of being a single drop of water in the vast ocean, simultaneously insignificant and part of something immeasurably great. He dreamed of dissolving entirely, his sense of self merging with everything around him, until there was no distinction between Bilberry and the world. Through these states of dream being ran a constant thread of peace, Not the temporary absence of conflict, but something far more fundamental. A harmony at the very root of existence that remained unshaken by the surface turbulence of daily life. Bilberry understood, in the wordless way of dreams, that this peace was always available, always present beneath the layers of doing and thinking and worrying that so often obscured it. When morning came, Bilberry opened his eyes to find the pool still mirror-perfect before him, reflecting the pink and gold of dawn. He felt changed in a way that was difficult to articulate, lighter somehow, as though some essential understanding had been gained without the addition of any new knowledge. The peace of the night's dreams remained with him, not as a memory, but as a presence, a quiet space at the center of his being that he could access, simply by turning his attention inward. Rising slowly, Bilberry performed a deep bow toward the pool, acknowledging the gift he had received. As he descended the hill, he noticed that the profound silence gradually gave way once more to the sounds of the living world. Birdsong, rustling grass, the distant murmur of a stream. These sounds, rather than disturbing the peace he had found, seemed to enhance it, each one a unique expression of the same harmony he now carried within. At the base of the hill, Bilberry retrieved his pack and shoes, though he elected to carry rather than wear the latter, preferring to maintain the direct connection between his feet and the earth for a while longer. As he looked ahead to the final hill, the mysterious Hill of Deep Dreaming that the journal had mentioned with such curious reticence, he felt neither anxiety nor impatience, only a quiet readiness for whatever experience awaited him there. The seventh and final hill was different from all the others. While the previous 6 had been welcoming in their own ways, clearly inviting visitors to approach and experience their gifts, the Hill of Deep Dreaming seemed to exist in a dimension slightly removed from the ordinary world. As Bilberry walked toward it, the landscape appeared to shift subtly around him, distances stretching and compressing in ways that made it difficult to judge how far away the hill actually was. Unlike the other hills, which had been adorned with flowers, stones, trees, or other distinguishing features, the Hill of Deep Dreaming was utterly plain. A simple mound of earth covered in short grass so deep green it was almost black. No path led to its summit, and no markers indicated its purpose. If not for the journal's description and his own intuitive sense of its identity, Bilberry might have passed it by without a second glance. Yet as he drew closer, he became aware of a curious sensation, a gentle tugging at the edges of his consciousness, as though the hill itself were calling to him not with sound, but with something more fundamental, a resonance that vibrated along the very strings of his being. Despite its unremarkable appearance, there was something profoundly magnetic about this place. The sun was just beginning its descent toward the western horizon as Bilberry began to climb the hill. The grass beneath his feet felt different from that of the other hills, denser somehow, more substantial, as though each blade were rooted not just in soil, but in some deeper stratum of reality. The air grew gradually more still as he ascended, until by the time he reached the summit, it seemed to have acquired a thickness almost like honey, though he breathed it without difficulty. At the very top of the hill was a perfect circle of bare earth, about the size of a small hobbit-hole floor. The soil within this circle was black and fine-grained, with tiny flecks that caught the light like fragments of stars. Bilberry settled himself cross-legged at the center of this circle, feeling an immediate sense of rightness, as though he had arrived at a destination he had been seeking all his life without knowing it. As the sun set and twilight gathered around him, Bilberry found himself thinking about the journal that had led him to these hills. How had it come into his possession? He had always believed it to be a family heirloom, passed down through generations of Bramblefoots, but now he wondered whether it might have found its way to him by some more mysterious means, drawn to him as he had been drawn to this hill. The first stars appeared in the darkening sky, and Bilberry noticed that they seemed unusually bright and close, as though the dome of the heavens had been lowered to just above his head. As night deepened, more stars emerged until the sky was a tapestry of light against darkness, more densely populated with stars than he had ever seen before. Without any conscious decision to do so, Bilberry found himself lying back upon the star-flecked soil, his arms spread wide, his gaze fixed on the brilliant canopy above. As he lay there, the boundary between his body and the earth beneath it began to dissolve. He could feel the slow, patient life of the hill flowing into him, and his own consciousness expanding outward in return, mingling with the ancient awareness that resided here. Sleep, when it came, was like falling upward into the star-filled sky. There was no disorientation, no fear, only a sense of expansion and wonder as his consciousness detached itself from the limitations of his physical form. The dreams of the Hill of Deep Dreaming were not contained within his mind, but seemed to exist independently, vast and complex, and he moved through them as a traveler might move through unfamiliar but welcoming lands. These were not ordinary dreams, nor even the extraordinary dreams he had experienced on the previous hills. These were what the old journal had called the dreams behind dreams, the vast archetypal narratives that underpinned all individual dreams, the templates from which all stories were drawn. Bilberry witnessed the first dream ever dreamed. When consciousness first stirred in the earliest living things, he experienced the dreams of trees and stones, of mountains and rivers, dreams measured not in nights, but in ages of the world. Most wondrous of all, he encountered the dreamers themselves, not just hobbits, elves, dwarves, and men, but beings of every description from throughout the history of Middle-earth and beyond. Some were familiar from legends and tales, others utterly unknown to him. They did not appear as physical forms, but as presences, unique patterns of thought and feeling that Bilberry recognized instinctively, the way one might recognize a voice without seeing its owner. These dreamers acknowledged him as he passed among them, not with words, but with a sense of welcome and recognition. He was a newcomer to this realm, but not an intruder, rather a long-expected guest whose arrival completed some pattern that had been waiting for fulfillment. Bilberry understood, without needing to be told, that he was now part of something both ancient and ongoing, a fellowship of dreamers that stretched across time and space. At the heart of this realm of deep dreaming, Bilberry encountered something that defied description, a presence both ancient and eternally new, vast beyond comprehension, yet intimately connected to each individual dreamer. In his limited hobbit understanding, he perceived it as a great wheel of light, continuously turning, its countless spokes connecting the center to every point on its circumference. Each spoke was a dream path, and each intersection a moment of creation. This was the source from which all dreams flowed, the wellspring of imagination that had inspired every story ever told, every song ever sung, every work of art ever created throughout the long history of Middle-earth. It was neither good nor evil, but simply was. The raw potential that could be shaped into nightmares or visions of transcendent beauty, depending on the nature and intent of the dreamer who drew upon it. As Bilberry gazed upon this wonder, he felt himself being gently drawn toward it, becoming not just an observer, but a participant in its endless turning. His consciousness merged with the great wheel, and suddenly he could perceive all dreams everywhere, the sleeping thoughts of hobbits in their cozy holes, of elves in their moonlit glades, of dwarves in their mountain halls, of men in their scattered settlements. He sensed the dreams of creatures he had never encountered, the slow, deep dreams of Ents in Fangorn Forest, the cold, ancient dreams of dragons in hidden caves, even the strange, fractured dreams of beings whose nature he could not comprehend. Most wonderfully of all, he could see how all these dreams were interconnected, how an image or idea born in one dreamer's mind might travel along invisible pathways to inspire another half a world away. He witnessed how dreams could shape reality, how a vision received in sleep might guide a king to make a crucial decision, or how a nightmare might warn a traveler away from danger, or how a moment of dream clarity might solve a problem that had seemed insurmountable in waking life. And he understood, in that moment of perfect communion with the source of all dreams, that he was being offered a choice to return to his ordinary life in the Shire, enriched but essentially unchanged by his experiences, or to become a keeper of dreams, one who could walk the dream paths at will and help guide the dreams of others toward healing and wisdom. Before he could consider this choice, Bilberry became aware of another presence beside him, Lavender Proudfoot, the elderly hobbit he had met on the Hill of Healing. Here, in this realm of pure consciousness, she appeared not as an aged hobbit, but as a being of light and purpose, ancient and wise beyond reckoning. "You see now, Bilberry Bramblefoot," she communicated without words, "why the journal speaks so little of this hill. The experience of deep dreaming cannot be captured in language. It can only be lived." Are you real?" Bilberry asked, his thoughts reaching toward her. "Or are you part of my dream?" Her response came as gentle amusement, like the sound of silver bells in a summer breeze. I am as real as you are, though we are both more and less substantial than we believe ourselves to be in our waking lives. I have been the keeper of these hills for many generations of hobbits, guiding those who find their way here, as I was guided when I first came. The choice that lies before you now is the same one I faced long ago. You may return to your life in Hobbiton, carrying with you the gifts of the Slumbering Hills, the wisdom, the courage, the healing, the creativity, the peace. You will live out your days as a hobbit among hobbits, though perhaps a slightly unusual one, with dreams more vivid than most. Or, she continued, you may choose to remain here and become what I am, a guardian of dreams, a keeper of the hills, one who helps maintain the connection between the ordinary world and this extraordinary realm. Bilberry considered these options carefully. He loved his life in the Shire, simple though it was, the comfort of his hobbit hole, the changing of the seasons, the small pleasures of good food and good company. Yet the wonders he had experienced in these hills had awakened something within him that he knew could never be fully satisfied by returning to his previous existence. Must I decide now? He asked. Can I not return home and consider? Lavender's presence seemed to smile. The choice is not as immediate as you might think. Return to your life, Bilberry Bramblefoot. Live fully. Share what you have learned here with those who have ears to hear. When the time is right, whether that be months or years from now, you will know. The hills will be waiting, and I will be here to welcome you, should you choose to return. With those words, the vision of the Great Wheel began to fade, and Bilberry felt himself being gently drawn back toward his physical form. The countless dream paths he had witnessed receded like stars at dawn, though the memory of their interconnected brilliance remained vivid in his mind. As his consciousness settled once more into the confines of his hobbit body, he opened his eyes to find the first light of morning touching the eastern horizon. The hill of deep dreaming was quiet around him, the circle of star-flecked soil now seeming ordinary yet precious, like a letter from a beloved friend that has been read so many times its paper has grown soft with handling. Bilberry rose to his feet, brushing the soil from his clothes with careful reverence. He felt simultaneously exhausted and invigorated, as though he had travelled an immense distance while remaining perfectly still. From the summit, he could see all 6 of the other hills spread out below him, each with its distinctive character. The Hill of Memories with its star-like flowers, the Hill of Wisdom with its aromatic herbs, the Hill of Courage with its circle of standing stones, the Hill of Healing with its rainbow of blooms, the Hill of Creativity with its great oak, and the Hill of Peace with its mirrored pool. Together, they formed a constellation upon the earth, a reflection of some greater pattern that he now understood existed in both the waking and dreaming worlds. As Bilberry began his descent, he felt a curious mixture of sadness and contentment. His journey through the Slumbering Hills was coming to an end, at least for now, and he found himself already missing the extraordinary experiences he had enjoyed here. Yet at the same time, he was eager to return to his hobbit hole beneath the ancient oak, to sleep in his own bed, to share tea and conversation with his neighbours, the simple pleasures that formed the fabric of hobbit life. The journey back to Hobbiton took Bilberry 3 days, during which he found himself noticing details of the landscape that he had somehow missed on his outward journey. The particular shade of green that coloured the moss on the north side of trees, the subtle differences in the songs of thrushes and finches, the way sunlight caught and transformed ordinary dewdrops into jewels for a brief, magical moment each morning. It was as though the dreams of the hills had awakened him to the wonder present in the ordinary world, hiding in plain sight all along. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Bilberry crested a familiar hill and saw Hobbiton spread out below him, a collection of hobbit holes with their colourful round doors, smoke rising in lazy spirals from chimneys, hobbits going about their daily business with the unhurried pace that characterised their kind. It looked exactly as it had when he left, yet somehow different as well, as though he was seeing it through new eyes. As he walked down into the village, Bilberry encountered several acquaintances who greeted him with the typical hobbit mixture of curiosity and restraint. They noted his absence. "Haven't seen you about for a while, Master Bramblefoot," but didn't press for details when he replied only that he had been exploring some interesting hills to the east. Such reticence was considered proper among hobbits, who generally respected one another's privacy, even while maintaining a keen interest in everyone's business. His hobbit hole welcomed him back with the comforting familiarity of home, his books and maps just where he had left them, his pantry sadly depleted, but still containing enough for a simple meal, his armchair waiting patiently by the hearth. Bilberry built a small fire to ward off the evening chill, prepared himself some toast with the last of his blackberry jam, and settled in with a sigh of contentment. As he sipped his tea, Bilberry's gaze fell upon the old journal that had started his adventure. He picked it up, turning its pages with new understanding. The account of the Slumbering Hills, which had seemed so tantalizingly vague before, now made perfect sense to him. Some experiences could not be adequately captured in words. They could only be lived. The journal had provided just enough information to guide him to the hills. The rest had been his own journey to discover. Inspired, Bilberry took out his own journal and began to write, not attempting to describe the indescribable, but rather recording his feelings, his insights, the ways in which his perspective had shifted. He wrote late into the night, filling page after page with reflections that he hoped might someday guide another curious hobbit toward the hills, just as the old journal had guided him. In the days and weeks that followed, Bilberry settled back into the rhythms of life in the Shire, yet with subtle differences that did not go unnoticed by his more perceptive neighbours. There was a quality of presence about him that had not been there before, a way of listening more deeply, of observing more carefully, of appreciating more fully the simple moments that made up a hobbit's day. His dreams, too, were transformed. Each night as Bilberry drifted into sleep, he found himself able to navigate the dream realm with a consciousness and intention that most hobbits never experienced. Sometimes he would encounter other dreamers, usually fellow hobbits from the Shire, occasionally travellers from distant lands whose sleeping minds had wandered far. To these he offered gentle guidance, helping them find beauty in nightmares or wisdom in seemingly nonsensical dream sequences, though always subtly, without revealing his role as guide. Perhaps the most significant change was in how Bilberry related to the other hobbits of Hobbiton. Before his journey to the Slumbering Hills, he had kept largely to himself, finding most hobbit conversation too focused on the trivial concerns of village life. Now, however, he discovered a newfound appreciation for these seemingly mundane exchanges. He understood that beneath discussions of weather and crops, and who was invited to whose birthday party, lay the same deep currents of joy and sorrow, hope and fear that flowed through all conscious beings, whether hobbit or elf, dwarf or man. He began inviting neighbours for tea, sharing stories, carefully edited, of his travels, and listening with genuine interest to their own tales of daily life in the Shire. To his surprise, he found that many of them had their own small adventures to relate, moments of wonder or insight that they had previously kept to themselves, perhaps thinking them too unusual for ordinary hobbit conversation. The children of Hobbiton, in particular, were drawn to Bilberry. Something about him, a sparkle in his eye perhaps, or the way he spoke to them as equals rather than as mere younglings, made them seek him out. On warm afternoons, they would gather beneath the oak tree above his hobbit hole, and Bilberry would tell them stories, some from the old legends of Middle-earth, others seemingly invented on the spot, though he knew they came from the great wheel of dreams he had witnessed on the seventh hill. One evening, as summer was giving way to autumn and the first leaves were beginning to turn golden on the oak above his home, Bilberry received an unexpected visitor. He was sitting in his garden, watching the stars appear one by one in the darkening sky, when a familiar figure appeared at his gate. Lavender Proudfoot, looking exactly as she had when he met her on the Hill of Healing, from her silver curls to her faded blue bonnet. "Good evening, Bilberry Bramblefoot," she said, her violet eyes twinkling in the twilight. "I trust you've been well since last we met." "Very well indeed, Mistress Lavender," Bilberry replied, rising to welcome her. "Though I must confess I'm surprised to see you here in Hobbiton. I had somehow thought that I never left the Slumbering Hills." Lavender finished with a gentle laugh. "I go where I am needed, dear Bilberry, and tonight it seems I am needed here." Over tea and seed cakes in Bilberry's cosy kitchen, Lavender explained the purpose of her visit. "The time is approaching when I must pass on my guardianship of the hills," she said. "I have watched you these past months, seen how you've integrated the gifts of the hills into your life here, how you've subtly shared those gifts with others without revealing their source." Bilberry nodded, understanding dawning. "You've come to ask for my decision." "The hills have chosen you, Bilberry Bramblefoot," Lavender said simply. "But the final choice must be yours. Will you return with me to become the new guardian, or will you remain here in the life you have built?" Bilberry was silent for a long moment, gazing into the depths of his teacup as though it might contain the answer. Finally, he looked up, his decision made. "I will come," he said softly. "Not immediately. There are preparations to make, goodbyes to say, arrangements for my hobbit hole. But when the first snow falls on the Shire, I will join you on the hills." Lavender's smile was like sunrise after a long night. "I knew you would choose wisely," she said. "The hills will welcome you, as will I." After Lavender departed, Bilberry spent many evenings sitting beneath his oak tree, reflecting on the path his life had taken.
He thought of the hobbit he had been before finding the old journal, and of the being he was becoming. Neither fully hobbit nor something other, but a bridge between worlds, a weaver of dreams, a keeper of ancient magic, in a world that was forgetting such things ever existed.
As promised, when the first snow fell upon the Shire, dusting the rooftops and gardens of Hobbiton with delicate white, Bilberry Bramblefoot closed the round green door of his hobbit hole for the last time. He left his keys with the Gamgees next door, along with a letter explaining that he was going on an extended journey. His few treasured possessions were packed in a single bag. The old journal that had started his adventure, his own writings and sketches from the Slumbering Hills, and the bundle of dried flowers Lavender had left him, still fragrant with their mysterious perfume. The journey east was different this time, faster, more direct, as though the landscape itself was helping him along his way. When he arrived at the first hill, Lavender was waiting for him, her violet eyes bright with welcome. "Are you ready?" she asked, extending her hand. Bilberry took it, without hesitation. "I am." Together, they climbed to the summit of the Hill of Memories, where Bilberry had first experienced the magic of the Slumbering Hills. As the setting sun cast long shadows across the landscape, Lavender began to sing in a language Bilberry had never heard before, yet somehow understood. An ancient song of transition and transformation, of endings and beginnings, of dreams and the dreamers who shape them. As the last notes faded into the twilight air, Bilberry felt a profound shift within himself, a final integration of all he had experienced and learned. He was no longer merely Bilberry Bramblefoot of Hobbiton, but something more. The new guardian of the Slumbering Hills, keeper of dreams, guide to those who sought wisdom in the realm between sleeping and waking. And as stars began to appear in the velvet sky above, Bilberry turned his face toward the future, ready to begin his new life among the ancient hills where dreams and reality intertwined like the roots of an ageless tree, reaching both deep into the earth and high toward the endless sky.